together with shared purpose and values that define and reflects in everything we do. FITC, leading in knowledge through innovation and technology. Come journey with us. In a rapidly changing global economy, knowledge has become a key differentiator. Knowledge is considered an asset, the source of competitive advantage and key to business success in today's dynamic and fast-paced world. FITC is a world-class innovation-led knowledge organization committed to leading the advance in knowledge content that are creatively designed to strengthen the Nigerian financial system. Through technology-driven capacity building and advisory solutions, FITC equips industry talent for optimum performance. Through a clear vision, strong values and quality people, FITC builds upon the success of our member firms, which are the Nigerian Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Commission, and all licensed banks in Nigeria. We continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge within our primary ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond the African frontiers. With a global focus, our innovative FITC e-learning and thought-leading programs permeate all continents of the world and top corporate organizations, impacting and shaping thoughts amongst C-suite executives, as well as senior and mid-level leadership. We create, curate, and disseminate knowledge solutions that support the strengthening of skills across sectors. In our FITC advisory portfolio, we equip leaders and companies with knowledge-based research, demonstrating our understanding of the complex business challenges they face. Also at the core of our advisory services is the development of cutting-edge strategies that convert opportunities into value, stimulate organizational growth, and improve overall business performance. Our culture of excellence mobilizes and binds our people together with shared purpose and values that define and reflects in everything we do. FITC, leading in knowledge through innovation and technology. Come journey with us. In a rapidly changing global economy, knowledge has become a key differentiator. Knowledge is considered an asset, the source of competitive advantage and key to business success in today's dynamic and fast-paced world. FITC is a world-class innovation-led knowledge organization committed to leading the advance in knowledge content that are creatively designed to strengthen the Nigerian financial system. Through technology-driven capacity building and advisory solutions, FITC equips industry talent for optimum performance. Through a clear vision, strong values and quality people, FITC builds upon the success of our member firms, which are the Nigerian Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Commission, and all licensed banks in Nigeria. We continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge within our primary ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond the African frontiers. With a global focus, our innovative FITC e-learning and thought-leading programs permeate all continents of the world and top corporate organizations, impacting and shaping thoughts amongst C-suite executives, as well as senior and mid-level leadership. We create, curate, and disseminate knowledge solutions that support the strengthening of skills across sectors. In our FITC advisory portfolio, we equip leaders and companies with knowledge-based research, demonstrating our understanding of the complex business challenges they face. Also at the core of our advisory services is the development of cutting-edge strategies that convert opportunities into value, stimulate organizational growth, and improve overall business performance. Our culture of excellence mobilizes and binds our people together with shared purpose and values that define and reflects in everything we do. FITC, leading in knowledge through innovation and technology. Come journey with us. In a rapidly changing global economy, knowledge has become a key differentiator. Knowledge is considered an asset, the source of competitive advantage and key to business success in today's dynamic and fast-paced world. FITC is a world-class innovation-led knowledge organization committed to leading the advance in knowledge content that are creatively designed to strengthen the Nigerian financial system. Through technology-driven capacity building and advisory solutions, FITC equips industry talent for optimum performance. Through a clear vision, strong values and quality people, FITC builds upon the success of our member firms, which are the Nigerian Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Commission, and all licensed banks in Nigeria. We continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge within our primary ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond the African frontiers. With a global focus, our innovative FITC e-learning and thought-leading programs permeate all continents of the world and top corporate organizations, impacting and shaping thoughts amongst C-suite executives, as well as senior and mid-level leadership. We create, curate, and disseminate knowledge solutions that support the strengthening of skills across sectors. In our FITC advisory portfolio, we equip leaders and companies with knowledge-based research, demonstrating our understanding of the complex business challenges they face. Also at the core of our advisory services is the development of cutting-edge strategies that convert opportunities into value, stimulate organizational growth, and improve overall business performance. Our culture of excellence mobilizes and binds our people together with shared purpose and values that define and reflect in everything we do. FITC, leading in knowledge through innovation and technology. Come journey with us. In a rapidly changing global economy, knowledge has become a key differentiator. Knowledge is considered an asset, the source of competitive advantage and key to business success in today's dynamic and fast-paced world. FITC is a world-class innovation-led knowledge organization committed to leading the advance in knowledge content that are creatively designed to strengthen the Nigerian financial system. Through technology-driven capacity building and advisory solutions, FITC equips industry talent for optimum performance. Through a clear vision, strong values and quality people, FITC builds upon the success of our member firms, which are the Nigerian Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Commission, and all licensed banks in Nigeria. We continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge within our primary ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond the African frontiers. With a global focus, our innovative FITC e-learning and thought-leading programs permeate all continents of the world and top corporate organizations, impacting and shaping thoughts amongst C-suite executives, as well as senior and mid-level leadership. We create, curate, and disseminate knowledge solutions that support the strengthening of skills across sectors. In our FITC advisory portfolio, we equip leaders and companies with knowledge-based research, demonstrating our understanding of the complex business challenges they face. Also at the core of our advisory services is the development of cutting-edge strategies that convert opportunities into value, stimulate organizational growth, and improve overall business performance. Our culture of excellence mobilizes and binds our people together with shared purpose and values that define and reflect in everything we do. FITC, leading in knowledge through innovation and technology. Come journey with us. In a rapidly changing global economy, knowledge has become a key differentiator. Knowledge is considered an asset, the source of competitive advantage and key to business success in today's dynamic and fast-paced world. FITC is a world-class innovation-led knowledge organization committed to leading the advance in knowledge content that are creatively designed to strengthen the Nigerian financial system. Through technology-driven capacity building and advisory solutions, FITC equips industry talent for optimum performance. Through a clear vision, strong values and quality people, FITC builds upon the success of our member firms, which are the Nigerian Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Commission, and all licensed banks in Nigeria. We continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge within our primary ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond the African frontiers. With a global focus, our innovative FITC e-learning and thought-leading programs permeate all continents of the world and top corporate organizations, impacting and shaping thoughts amongst C-suite executives, as well as senior and mid-level leadership. We create, curate, and disseminate knowledge solutions that support the strengthening of skills across sectors. In our FITC advisory portfolio, we equip leaders and companies with knowledge-based research, demonstrating our understanding of the complex business challenges they face. Also at the core of our advisory services is the development of cutting-edge strategies that convert opportunities into value, stimulate organizational growth, and improve overall business performance. Our culture of excellence mobilizes and binds our people together with shared purpose and values that define and reflect in everything we do. FITC, leading in knowledge through innovation and technology. Come journey with us. In a rapidly changing global economy, knowledge has become a key differentiator. Knowledge is considered an asset, the source of competitive advantage and key to business success in today's dynamic and fast-paced world. FITC is a world-class innovation-led knowledge organization committed to leading the advance in knowledge content that are creatively designed to strengthen the Nigerian financial system. Through technology-driven capacity building and advisory solutions, FITC equips industry talent for optimum performance. Through a clear vision, strong values and quality people, FITC builds upon the success of our member firms, which are the Nigerian Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Commission, and all licensed banks in Nigeria. We continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge within our primary ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond the African frontiers. With a global focus, our innovative FITC e-learning and thought-leading programs permeate all continents of the world and top corporate organizations, impacting and shaping thoughts amongst C-suite executives, as well as senior and mid-level leadership. We create, curate, and disseminate knowledge solutions that support the strengthening of skills across sectors. In our FITC advisory portfolio, we equip leaders and companies with knowledge-based research, demonstrating our understanding of the complex business challenges they face. Also at the core of our advisory services is the development of cutting-edge strategies that convert opportunities into value, stimulate organizational growth, and improve overall business performance. Our culture of excellence mobilizes and binds our people together with shared purpose and values that define and reflect in everything we do. FITC, leading in knowledge through innovation and technology. Come journey with us. In a rapidly changing global economy, knowledge has become a key differentiator. Knowledge is considered an asset, the source of competitive advantage and key to business success in today's dynamic and fast-paced world. FITC is a world-class innovation-led knowledge organization committed to leading the advance in knowledge content that are creatively designed to strengthen the Nigerian financial system. Through technology-driven capacity building and advisory solutions, FITC equips industry talent for optimum performance. Through a clear vision, strong values and quality people. FITC builds upon the success of our member firms, which are the Nigerian Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Commission, and all licensed banks in Nigeria. We continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge within our primary ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond the African frontiers. With a global focus, our innovative FITC e-learning and thought-leading programs permeate all continents of the world and top corporate organizations, impacting and shaping thoughts amongst C-suite executives, as well as senior and mid-level leadership. We create, curate, and disseminate knowledge solutions that support the strengthening of skills across sectors. In our FITC advisory portfolio, we equip leaders and companies with knowledge-based research, demonstrating our understanding of the complex business challenges they face. Also at the core of our advisory services is the development of cutting-edge strategies that convert opportunities into value, stimulate organizational growth, and improve overall business performance. Our culture of excellence mobilizes and binds our people together with shared purpose and values that define and reflect in everything we do. FITC, leading in knowledge through innovation and technology. Come journey with us. In a rapidly changing global economy, knowledge has become a key differentiator. Knowledge is considered an asset, the source of competitive advantage and key to business success in today's dynamic and fast-paced world. FITC is a world-class innovation-led knowledge organization committed to leading the advance in knowledge content that are creatively designed to strengthen the Nigerian financial system. Through technology-driven capacity building and advisory solutions, FITC equips industry talent for optimum performance. Through a clear vision, strong values and quality people, FITC builds upon the success of our member firms, which are the Nigerian Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Commission, and all licensed banks in Nigeria. We continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge within our primary ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond the African frontiers. With a global focus, our innovative FITC e-learning and thought-leading programs permeate all continents of the world and top corporate organizations.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining us today from wherever in the world you may be joining us. You're welcome to the FITC flagship conference, TechNovation 5.0. And before we proceed into the agenda of today, we would like to take the national anthem first. Technology, please support us with the national anthem.
Nigeria, we native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians home and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you, technology, for that. Good morning, everyone, and welcome from wherever in the world you may be joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you at the 5th annual FITC FinTech Nigeria FinTech TechNovation Conference 2025. This is our 5th year running this program, and it remains a premier for us gathering shaping the future of fintech and digital innovation across Africa. This year's theme, Disruptive by Design, Powering Africa's FinTech Revolution through Innovation, Growth, Acceleration, and Smart Regulation. The theme this year captures bold transformation, sweeping across financial ecosystem and beyond. Today, we are not just observing disruption, we are designing it intentionally, intelligently, and inclusively to power the next chapter of Africa's digital economy. Over the course of this virtual conference, we'll explore how innovation can unlock scale, how collaboration can accelerate growth, and how smart and adaptive regulation can sustain trust and stability across the ecosystem. For you, our joiners, for you, our participants, we want you to expect thought-provoking keynote sessions, dynamic plenary discussions, and insightful conversations featuring fintech pioneers, regulators, investors, technology leaders driving the continent's financial evolution. To our incredible audience online, thank you for tuning in. Please be sure to make this very interactive and experiential. You can use the chat sessions to share your insights, drop your questions in the Q&A tab, and participate in the live polls throughout the session. You can also access the conference brochure, the speaker bios, and agenda right here on the platform. I mean, that's technology, and that's smart technology. Our technical team is available throughout the day to assist you with any connection or streaming issues. So if you experience any hiccups, however little, simply use the help or support button. We'll get you back on track. So sit back, stay connected, and get ready for a day of bold ideas, actionable insight, and transformative conversations that will shape the next wave of fintech across Africa and beyond. And who better to do that if not FITC? Once again, you're welcome to TechNovation 5.0, where disruptions meet design and the future of technology begins with fintech. Co-hosting to me today is no other than the delectable, brilliant Victor Okafor, and together we'll be guiding you through what promises to be an inspiring and insight-packed experience. You're welcome, Victor.
Thank you very much, Howard. Right.
Absolutely, Victor. This year's theme, very exciting, disruptive by design, pioneering Africa's fintech revolution through innovation, growth, acceleration, and smart regulation. Truly captures the spirit of transformation defining our industry. And to officially set the tone for today's conversation, it's time to hear from the visionary leadership behind this conference, the institution that continues to drive excellence, thought leadership, and transformation across Africa's financial system.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I would like to welcome for her keynote address, Dr. Chisom Alize, the MD CEO FITC, to give the welcome address. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome
morning.
to this day.
Good morning, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Hawa and Victor, for starting us on a very positive note. I do feel as excited as both of you for today, being able to witness the 5th edition of the FITC FinTech TechNovation Conference. And I would say, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, and very distinguished delegates, and everyone representing the entire ecosystem of the financial service sector, our audience, participants, partners, and stakeholders from all across the world. It is with indeed immense pleasure that I warmly welcome you all to the FITC TechNovation FinTech Conference 5.0. You can put your hands together for that because 5.0 sounds a very remarkable, great number, no doubt. We are honored by your presence at this gathering, and the theme of this year's conference is Disruptive by Design, Powering Africa's FinTech Revolution through Innovation, Accelerated Growth, and Smart Regulation. This year's conference is in its 5th edition, and it is therefore a celebration of progress, resilience, and the transformation within the entire African FinTech ecosystem. More importantly, it is a forward-looking platform that challenges us all to rethink, redesign, reimagine, and recreate the future of financial services across the continent. Over the past decade, FinTech has grown from being an emerging disruptor to a powerful enabler, as we see the emergence of several unicorns. So across payments, lending, wealth management, insurance, cross-border remittances, the Africa FinTech landscape have demonstrated to the world that what disruption looks like. And coming out of the continent are some unicorns that have indeed made significant impact and very remarkable incursions. Speaking specifically, we've seen Flutterwave, InterSwitch, and MoneyPoint in Nigeria. We've also seen the very revolutionary M-Pesa in Kenya, a very dynamic kickstart of what mobile payments are, not only across Africa, but it's being adopted globally. We've also seen cheaper cash. All of these innovations have brought millions into the financial service sector, driving inclusion, and also creating opportunities for individuals and communities and businesses all at the same time. Yet, while innovation fuels growth, the real power lies in designing disruption deliberately and intentionally. And this often happens through strategies that ensure sustainability, scalability, and above all, trust. And this is why this year's theme emphasizing 3 critical levers for FinTech future in Nigeria. It emphasizes innovation, highlights accelerated growth, and re-echoes smart regulation, all 3 critical pillars and tripod for building success across the entire FinTech ecosystem. Let's speak to innovation. Because Africa's unique challenges demand creativity, leveraging technology and technological solutions that are tailored to local realities. Accelerated growth. This is critical because speed and scale are very essential to the rise of a full, dynamic, and digital-focused population on the continent. Smart regulation. Regulation and supervision innovation is critical to the success of the industry. And so enabling policies and robust oversight becomes critical to ensuring financial system stability, the reason why we cannot overlook smart regulation. At FITC, we recognize that achieving this balance is not optional. It is indeed essential. And so for over 4 decades, FITC has been at the forefront of delivering knowledge, strengthening institutions, and shaping leaders within the financial service sector and beyond. So through innovative learning and knowledge solutions, through our cutting-edge thought leadership programs, and industry-shaping dialogues, such as this conference today, we continue to play our part in empowering the financial ecosystem to thrive in a fast way. This conference will convene the best minds across the financial service makers, bankers, consultants, advisors, players, visionaries, and then of course, enthusiasts. And so our keynotes, fireside chats, our panel discussions, our breakouts, and every single thing that we are going to experience over this period are all designed to spark fresh thinking, to unlock opportunities, and to accelerate collaborations. I am particularly delighted to welcome our very distinguished speakers, panelists, and thought leaders, both local and international, all of whose insights will throw light and path towards Africa's fintech future. We're equally honored by the presence of key relevant personalities across regulators, a few of them representing our board of directors, a number of them also representing the financial service sector that we play in, leaders of that industry from across diverse levels. At FITC, our visionary leadership continues to shape resilience and dynamism of the programs that we create. And so on this day, we want to also appreciate all of our technical partners who have helped one way or the other to shape and power this program. We do love particularly some of our collaborations and partnership with the FinTech Association of Nigeria in shaping this whole thought. To our conference advisory board members, we thank you for your guidance in curating this conference. To our sponsors and partners who make this possible, we deeply appreciate your unwavering support at all times, and we believe in the power of fintech and collaboration to transform Africa. And so to our participants, from wherever in the world that you have tuned in from, we say a big welcome to you. We appreciate your being able to demonstrate keenness for learning, and we have absolutely no doubt that we've gathered the best that would impact such learnings. And so we say to you, welcome. We also encourage you to consistently immerse with the systems and platform and everything that would make this program possible. We encourage you to participate in very wholesome way through questions, insights, participation, engagement, navigating even the systems and the technology platform on which this is happening. So as we look ahead, let us remember the future of African fintech is just not accidental. It is disruptive by design. And so by harnessing innovation, driving growth and scale around growth, and of course, embracing smart regulation, we can together create a financial ecosystem that is inclusive, resilient, and globally competitive. On behalf of FITC and all of my colleagues, very wonderful, passionate, committed, and dedicated people who have helped to shape this conference in terms of all of the planning leading up until today. I commend every one of you for your selflessness and commitment, the sleepless night that we've put through to make this happen. And to every single one, we say thank you. And on behalf of the company, FITC, also, I once again welcome everyone here today to the TechNovation FinTech Conference 5.0. May the learnings and deliberations and insights that will be shared today ignite new ideas, build lasting collaborations, and power truly Africa's FinTech revolution and footprint. But more importantly, catalyze and create growth for the continent and the citizens of the African continent, you and I. Thank you so much for being with us today. We're happy to have you on this journey. Sit back, relax, and enjoy it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Malize, for that very inspiring opening remark for this particular conference, speaking about innovation. I have to tell the whole world on this conference that at FITC, you have continued to drive leadership in driving innovation, digital transformation, and capacity building across Africa's fintech and financial services ecosystem. And that is not even in doubt. And as such, leading this particular conference is one of those steps into promoting those innovations that you have been about in the entire time. Now, we are next on our agenda is supposed to be a keynote address by the president of the FinTech Association of Nigeria, Dr. Stanley Jacobs. But due to some technical challenges, we may not be able to take that keynote address at the moment, but we will surely do hear from the FinTech Association of Nigeria through Dr. Stanley Jacobs, maybe at 10 a.m. However that may be, we're going to move straight to the next agenda on the line. Now, listening to Dr. Malize, you can tell that there is a lot of innovation going on through FITC and also the players within the fintech ecosystem. And as such, we have also thought it important to give room to those driving that particular product innovation, especially driving sustainability through the innovations that they bring on board. So up next we'll be turning our attention to an exciting innovation showcase, all right? A session that highlights how technology and creativity are redefining impact across industries. This segment will feature an insightful presentation from Switch Recycling Limited, a company driving sustainable innovation through technology-enabled recycling and circular economy solutions. Their work sits at the intersection of fintech, sustainability, and digital transformation, showing how innovation can power both profit and purpose. In a few minutes, please join me in welcoming the representative from Switch Recycling Limited to take us through this session. Michael Odo, Group Head, Product Management, Brands and Corporate Communication of Switch Recycling. Thank you very much. Michael, if you're ready for us, we are ready for you. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me, Victor? Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can, Mr. Michael. Please proceed.
Okay, great. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll quickly just share my screen so that we can start. Okay. So please confirm that you can see my screen before I go on to.
Yes, please. Your screen is up. Kindly put on presentation mode, please. Thank you.
Yes, just about to doing that. Okay. Thank you very much, and welcome to everyone on the panel. My name is Michael Odo, and here on behalf of my MD, Mr. Wasiu Abolaji Balogun. It's great to be here to once again partner with FITC. When we saw the theme for this conference, it appealed to us because it is indeed what we are driving. We are disruptive in the things that we do around waste management and environmental sustainability. And one would ask, why are we doing this in a fintech conference such as this? Well, the answer to that is simple, and we will still get to find out why that is so. We will just be discussing briefly on how switch recycling is, as a fintech disruptor, leveraging circular economy to drive financial inclusion. As we all know, financial inclusion is the bedrock of fintech. So, like I said, we are honored to be here to discuss this theme. And at Switch Recycling, we are a technology company with a core fintech mobile application, the Switch Recycling app, which is currently live on Google Play and Apple App Stores. At Switch Recycling, we have 4 key pillars: plastic for cash or plastic for wealth. We have plastic for education. We have plastic for charity, and we have plastic for health. Now, all of these key pillars are essential to what we are discussing today. Plastic for cash, simply driving financial inclusion, bringing the unbanked and the underbanked into the financial net through waste management or recycling. Plastic for education, what we are preaching or what we are saying here as this pillar is that as we value education and we understand the challenges with finance, and then we are saying that you can come on board on Switch and you can then pay your ward's tuition fees with plastic as against parting with physical cash. You can make sure that they go to school while you make payments with recyclables. Plastic for charity, we understand the basis of CSR. So we are partnering with a lot of charitable organizations. Nurturing Dreams is one of our foundations that we are partnering with. Even on our application, you can make donations to them within that application so that they handle school feeding programs, they run paid tuitions for a lot of kids. And Plastic for Health is a partnership we have with HMOs, where you do not have to pay physical cash. Or what you need to do is to partner with established HMOs. Once you go there and you receive Medicare, and your payment would be with plastic. Now, there's a challenge which we have established for many of us who are in Lagos. Even if you're not in Lagos, I'm sure that you will have seen the news in Lagos, where there are a lot of flooding. In fact, annually in Nigeria, we generate over 30 million metric tons. Lagos alone producing about 10 million of them. Imagine that a company, an innovative company like Switch does not exist. These waste would have been in dump sites, they would have been in our drainages, they would have been, into the ocean, affecting the aquatic lives there. But what we did was, as against looking at the pollution challenges, the microplastics that wildlife or water lives are ingesting, and the health challenges coming from dirty environment, we saw an opportunity to collect all of this waste, in quote, and then turn them into valuable resources. So what we did was to introduce an innovation application, which is the street recycling app. Now, the street recycling app is a waste management application primarily, but the twist here is that we have embedded the wallet system, a functional, full-fledged wallet system, which today does what your traditional fintech application does. We have the transfer, we have a wallet system, like I did mention, you can do inbound and outbound, and then also pay bills within the same application. So we have more or less revolutionized how waste management is done today. It is no longer trashing it for free. You can actually have value for your waste today. Let's move forward to how this application really is. So it is user-friendly. The user onboarding is seamless. You are either onboarding as a household or an agent, or you are onboarding as a corporate. So an FITC, for instance, can onboard on the street recycling app as a corporate, and then they will integrate their accounts, and when all of the recyclables that are consumed at work, instead of trashing them or maybe giving them out for free to Loma, they can make a token out of that. What ordinarily would have been waste, they would have made a token from it, which they can use to do something within the office. It could be channeled into buying stationaries, for all you know. So the financial services is embedded. Once you are logging in, depending on your user type, and whether you are onboarding with your KYC requirements, because that is something that we are also taking note of because of the financial integration we have within that application. So we are careful about KYC. We take your KYC. Where KYC is not provided, you can still onboard on the application, only that you will not have a wallet assigned to you. So like I said, there are several things that can be done within the application. You can transfer, you can pay bills, buy airtime. You can also make donations to charities who we have onboarded within the application. Now, what we have done is to see that every piece of waste that is collected has an economic value. As against being a problem to us, there is value to you as an individual who consume. For instance, all the plastic waste all the plastic that I consume today, even aluminum cans that I consume today, since I joined Switch, I have always kept them and sold them for cash. So for me, money for airtime is no longer a problem, and that is the opportunity that Switch provides. We have examples of some guy who was begging for money before. He would come to an agent of ours and ask for stipend. And then this guy saw that this our agent collects plastics. So the guy, as a way of appreciating this agent for always coming through, giving him 1K, 2K daily, would bring plastic to this agent. And the agent rightfully advised this. Do you know that you can actually make money from these materials that you are giving me for free? And the guy felt like it was a joke. And then he started gathering these plastics. From being someone who is handed 2K stipend, he was making as high as 150K monthly. And this guy has done a lot of good stuff for himself only just by selling plastic. And you can imagine the type of empowerment that this guy has now, from a 2K earner to over 100K earner. So what have we done with this application so far? In a little over 2 years since we officially went live, without any formal advertisements, all what we do today in terms of awareness are in this form, going to stakeholders and then having conversations, telling them what we've been able to do so far before we can then go out and start hyping ourselves up. Because the truth is that we have done so much for ourselves, and we know that in that period, without any formal advertisement, we have created over 3,000 wallets. We have collected and recycled, just with the application alone, over 10,000 tons of plastic, which ordinarily would have gone into the ocean, would have been in landfills, or would have even clogged our drainages, such that when it rains, everywhere becomes filled with plastic. And in these collections, what we have also done is try to contribute to the fight against climate change by ensuring over 16,000 tons carbon savings. And in all of this, we have also done transactions valued at over 1.5 billion. And this is just only what we have done from waste management, collection of recyclable waste. So this is the part where a fintech is fully, or where fintech is fully, in full effect rather. Fintech is full effect in the fact that this is the amount of wallets we have created. This is the amount in value that we have transacted within this application and within this period. So waste is no longer, for us at Switch, we no longer look at what we do as waste management. We are looking at it, yes, waste management primarily, and then there is financial inclusion, and also what is most important is that we are now empowering people who ordinarily wouldn't have anything to do, but because to start this business, all what you need is grit, really. You don't need any money to collect, because people who are not aware still leave their plastics lying around. Some people, when they consume, they leave it there. Once you are able to gather them and bring it to Switch, what we do again, part of the USPs, our unique selling point at Switch, is that we reward you instantly for your recyclables. You bring it to us, or we come to you to pick it up. At the end of the transactions, we would pay you instantly into your wallet where you have a KYC. We'll pay you instantly into your wallet. And then from your wallet, like I did mention earlier, you can then begin to use this money whichever way you deem fit. You can transfer it to your other bank account, you can send it to somebody, you can buy airtime, or you can pay other bills, all within a waste management application. So this is what we are doing, is dual impact. We are driving financial inclusion, which is the core of fintech, and then we are also driving waste management. So like I was made to understand also, because of the team and the players within this this conference today, what we are looking for from Switch, based on what we are doing, is looking for smart regulations that would help us, ensure that more players are coming in. Because today, for you to even get a license, to operate as a fintech, I know what that, what that implies. For a waste management company, the gap between waste management and that licensing fee or licensing requirement is a lot. So the charge is for the regulators, the fintech regulators, to come up with non-traditional regulations that would encourage more players within this space to be able to offer the type of services that Switch is offering today. So I know that the banks are here, the processors, Victor did mention someone from the fintech community also is here. So that is the charge for today. On a forward-going basis, we would like to be part of conversations that will, ensure that these regulations that are tailor-made to this industry is made available for us. And at the end of the day, really, it's a win-win because every day we consume, and recycling globally is being taken seriously. And I'm sure that in no time, regulations will come that would require that everybody who is a manufacturer would have at least 10 to 20% recycled material as part of their everyday production. And all of that plastic will still come back to sweet. And the thing with recycling is that there's no expiration. Once you use one, you can recycle it as many times as possible. So the raw materials would always be there for us. And once there are materials to be recycled, there are materials to be collected, sweet is always there. And our financial integration, our financial implications, and the empowerment which we are pushing will also still be there. Thank you very much. I don't know if there are questions. We would like to take them now. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you very much, Michael. Michael, the person you've just heard from, ladies and gentlemen, is the Group Head, Product Management, Brands and Corporate Communication at Switch Recycling. Thank you very much to you, Michael, for that insightful presentation and for demonstrating how innovation continues to create real impact across industries. It's inspiring to see how technology, sustainability, and financial inclusion can align to drive growth and positive change. Thank you once again to the team at Switch Recycling Limited. I am not sure if we have questions for you or if anybody has questions for you at this moment, but if they do, we will eventually collate those and then see how we can infuse it as a part of the program as we advance. Thank you very much once again. At this moment, I would like to ask Hawa once again what we are doing next. I'm sure we're moving straight to the plenaries, but it would be good to hear from Hawa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victor, for that. And you're very correct. We're moving now into the plenary sessions. So transitioning very quickly to plenary sessions, which is the heart of today's program. I mean, what's a conference without plenary conversations where we can dive deeper into learnings, trends, and of course, shaping the future of technology within the financial ecosystem. These plenary sessions are designed essentially for us to be able to spark deeper conversations, practical insight, and have multi-stakeholder collaborations essentially going forward. And before we proceed into the plenary sessions, a quick note for everyone joining us virtually is if it's your first time using the FITC digital conference platform, please note that it might look a little complex at first glance, and I can assure it's not. It's quite easy to navigate. Simply head to the auditorium session where you'll find the full lineup of today's activities. We are currently wrapping up the plenaries and about to proceed into plenary 1. To join us, kindly exit this segment and click on first plenary session to continue seamlessly. Also, we'd like to make today's conference very interactive as possible. So to all our virtual participants, we want to hear from you. It's very important. We've set up these conferences and we keep doing these conferences year in, year out to ensure that there's inclusivity within the technology space, there's shared knowledge for everyone, and there's full engagement as we continue to shape the future of technology in multi-ecosystem. Also, please feel free to drop your comments and your questions in the box that have been provided. Share your thoughts and reflections, of course, in the chat box, and stay engaged throughout the discussions. Your participation is what Your participation is what makes us come alive. And so please don't just watch, contribute, and connect to be part of shaping the future of fintech innovation in Africa. Over to you, Victor.
All right. Thank you very much, Hawa. Just to add to that, everything is happening right here. So once you get into the main auditorium, please take your seat, take your virtual seat, and be comfortable. Yeah, we have started the conversations at a very high note. We've taken the welcome address from the managing director of FITC. We have also taken a session from the product innovation session. And now we are going to advance very quickly into the first plenary session with the theme, Innovation as a Catalyst, Reshaping Cross-Sector Collaboration. And you would agree with me that that is very, very fundamental for growth and impact within this ecosystem. So before we proceed to our plenary sessions, a quick note to everyone once again. Just again, if this is your first time using the FITC digital conference platform, it may look complex, but it's actually quite simple. Like I said earlier, we are going nowhere. We are right here in the main auditorium. If you have questions, please kindly put those in the comment in the chat box. We will take it from there, and we will help you to publicize those and get responses. Okay. So let's now proceed. Our first plenary session will explore how innovation is driving a new wave of collaboration across sectors, breaking silos, accelerating digital transformation, and unlocking shared growth opportunities within Africa's evolving fintech landscape. Now, to take us through this session are our distinguished panelists. All right. To lead us into this powerful conversation, please join me in welcoming our lead speaker, the Chief Executive Officer of Precise Financial Systems Limited, Dr. Yele Okeremi. He is a pioneer in indigenous software innovation and one of Africa's most respected voices on technology-driven financial inclusion. Dr. Yele, thank you very much. Please, you can also use the digital clap emoji to give your round of applause if you feel the need to, so that we can make this very, very lively and interactive. Thank you very much for those of you who are doing that. Is Dr. Yele with us now? Please, technology, if you can, kindly promote Dr. Yele Okeremi. But in the meantime, while we wait for our lead speaker, permit me to introduce to you the panel members and the moderator. You can see how beautiful this panel is already looking. It's giving me the impression that we're going to have a very explosive conversation here today. Thank you so much, Catherine Onelum. Catherine is our moderator for this panel. It's wonderful to have you here. I see you also, Tommy. Tommy, thank you so much for joining us. Kindly give a round of applause to these ladies and gentlemen. It's very important. Yeah, thank you so much. And then I can see Adeyinka Adekoya. Adeyinka, thank you so much for joining us today on this panel. Right. So I believe that the panel session can kick off, but just before it does, I would like to get a confirmation from my team if the president of FinTech Association of Nigeria is now ready to give that keynote address that we have been waiting for. It is very important that we get that keynote address to continue to set the right tone for this conversation. but apparently I don't think he is. So while that is the case, we are going to hand this conversation over to Catherine to drive this particular panel plenary session. And hopefully by the time you're done, we are going to have that keynote address from Dr. Stanley. Thank you so much, Catherine. And thank you, panel members here present. It's a pleasure to have you all.
All right, thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Onelum, and I'm delighted to welcome you to the plenary session 1 of the FITC FinTech Nigeria TechNovation Conference, which is themed Innovation as a Catalyst, Reshaping Cross-Sector Collaboration. So in this session, we would explore how we can transform innovation from isolated brilliance into shared progress that's creating connections between fintechs, financial institutions, and the broader economic ecosystem. So we'll now, on this, we'll expand the ideas through our panel conversations. So joining me on this panel are distinguished leaders who have been at the forefront of shaping Africa's fintech and innovation narrative. So with me here, I have Mr. Adeyinka Adekoya, who's the Group Head, Corporate Retail and Energy Business, InterSwitch Group. Thank you very much, Mr. Adeyinka, for joining. And also I have with me Mr. Tomi Badijo, the Vice President, Operations Graph. Thank you so much, sir. We are so delighted to have you here. And then lastly, we have Mr. Mujib Ishola, the CTO, System Specs Technology Services Limited. So thank you very much for joining us today. Now, proceeding to the first course of business. So on this particular session, we'll be diving into innovation as an economic multiplier. Now, the Africa FinTech State of Play report by Disrupt Africa shows that FinTech innovation now adds over $20 billion annually to Africa's GDP. So this is for you, Mr. Adekoya. From your perspective, how can innovation move beyond individual success stories to become a true economic multiplier that's deepening inclusion and driving shared growth?
Okay, thank you very much. Catherine, please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Please go ahead.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for inviting me again. Just bear with me 1 second. I'm trying to refocus my system here.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So in actually doing justice to this topic, innovation is something very simple. Innovation only speaks to how we can make things better, right? Things that are existing today. Take, for instance, the light bulb, right? By Thomas Edison. The invention of the light bulb, and then the scaling of the light bulb, that is making it applicable, usable for households, extending it to street lighting and other forms of use for the light bulb, is now innovation, right? So there's invention, and then there's also our creativity, and then there's also the applicability and scaling of it, which is the multiple use cases that come from what has actually been created, is a way I would like to describe innovation. And from the topic, I'm thinking 3 powerful ways collaborative innovation can actually be used to scale inclusive products today, right? And inclusive products, we mean those products that are sort of participative in our everyday lives, most of the things that we use today. One is through partnerships. I know it's been overflowed. Partnerships with ecosystem players. For instance, at InterSwitch today, there's nothing we cannot do without engaging ecosystem players today. And I think that's one of the secrets to our success, the fact that we try as much as possible to involve every key ecosystem player, every partner, everyone that has had 1 or 2 things to deliver across value chains today. And we have done that successfully, being banks, telcos, even the cooperatives, agents, we have all that within our rails today. And for example, fintech partners that are partnering with telcos today, we as fintechs, for instance, we deliver USSD banking today. There's no how we would have delivered USSD banking without having most of the partners collaborate together. Maybe another aspect is around the solar energy partnership. I know the gentleman who spoke earlier spoke about waste management, right? Which I often discuss as well. Now, if you look at it from the solar energy companies who partner with MFIs, right, to provide pay-as-you-go services, they are doing it from the waste management aspect of things, right? You bring your waste, your reusable waste, or renewable waste, as you like it, and then they turn it, they try to monetize it, right? They've done something collaborative there, bringing partners, albeit all the players, right, along that value chain to bear. So the second thing for me is co-creation, right? We can co-create as you give feedback, right? You can always get feedback from the users along that value chain, right? They give you ideas, just by listening to them, just by engaging or re-engaging them after you provide a service, right? There's no one-way traffic. It just has to be that symbiotic way of doing innovation, as you were. So you engage those customers, engage your traders, engage your partners along that value chain, and you will be able to hatch that. Then also, I think the third thing that comes to mind is the technology, the tech and the data sharing collaborations, right? We have identified along our growth as InterSwitch different data sets and data points with different characteristics. The data is huge, right? There's someone who said that the average human being makes at least 360 decisions on a daily basis. I decide to speak the way I'm speaking right now. For instance, I decide to look into the camera. It is a decision, right? So these are data points, these are data sets, and that can tell from even the current technology that we're using today, for instance, where for every little thing, you have listening devices that are listening to you, that sort of pre-programs what you are about to do, or they, to an extent, try to preempt you. And then you just see that if you're doing search, maybe you just search or speak into your smart device at home, the next thing that is coming up is something suggestive along those lines, right? So the technology and the data sharing collaboration is also very important for me. That will be all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Adekoya, for that insightful addition to the conversation. So I totally agree with you when you mentioned the secret to success involves every key partner that's diving into partnerships and also co-creating. And now building on this, Mr. Badijo, I would like to ask you, how can we ensure that innovation-driven growth, it doesn't remain concentrated in a few ecosystems? Now, I remember when Mr. Adekoya was speaking, talking about partnerships, and he mentioned quite a few companies in the ecosystem. He also made mention of the solar energy companies. So I would like to ask, how do we ensure that this does not remain concentrated in a few ecosystems, but instead it becomes inclusive, supporting small players and undeserved market across sectors? Because currently, basically, we have major or majority of SMEs that are currently springing up. So how do we ensure that we include them in this?
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning to all of my panelists, and happy
Good
to
morning,
see
Mr.
Adinka and as well. Okay, so
Happy to
in
have
terms
you.
of, sorry, is there an echo on my side, just to confirm?
No, it's fine. You're good.
Awesome. Okay, so speaking on how to make this more inclusive, there are
Yes.
three ways that I think innovation can be indigenous. We can keep and just involve many players into this. For instance, I would like to give like a background, some context into how our GDP is in Nigeria today. I mean, in Africa. So for instance, concerning Africa, we have contribution of over 0.7% to the GDP in Africa. That is speaking about the fintech sector. And when I try to look at drawing an inference from Southern America, which is like a parallel market to Nigeria, and seeing what they've done in terms of their digital inclusion, innovation. In Brazil, for instance, the digital economy has contributed over 20% to their GDP. And bringing it into what we can do in Africa, I see like three major contexts that this can play out. One is there must be collaboration between banks and the fintechs, right, to keep innovation growing. And what I've seen is for banks that are going to be the smartest banks today are beginning to think like fintechs. And then the smartest fintechs are beginning to think as infrastructure, right? So there is that place where everyone must own their space. And we know that with the traditional banks, there is trust capital, there is the regulatory licenses in place. And with fintechs, there is speed, there is agility, right? So there must be collaboration at the point of banks and the fintechs. Another place where I see innovation can be scaled is with fintechs embedding their solutions into different sectors, right? And not just building solutions for the vertical, pure vanilla products, but actually embedding solutions in health, in agriculture, in social impact, for instance, as well. And when it comes to what just as Adenka said, there needs to be more partnerships and co-creation. And I'll give an example with the AFCTA and PAPS, for instance. With the AFCTA and PAPS, we see that these are innovations and initiatives that are going to do a lot to our ecosystem. But it's more important that the actual players are involved in that whole process. And in Nigeria, for instance, we have over 50 businesses in the cross-border space, right? Different solutions, looking for how to solve fragmentation and the likes. And when we're building out these solutions, like the AFCFTA, it's important that the players are actually involved in ideating that process. It's important that the players in that cross-border space, this is an example,
yes,
have some way of testing out the sandboxes and ensuring that the final product or what is rolled out is not far from what can actually solve pain points and problems in the ecosystem.
all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Badijo, for that input. And okay, so I've just been informed that we have our key speaker here on board. Hello, Dr. Yellow-Keremi. Thank you very much for joining the panel. Now, before you move into your presentation, I'd just like to ask you a question concerning this particular topic. So a review of the World Bank's Africa Pulse reports informs that digital innovation contributes up to 6.2% of sub-Saharan Africa's annual GDP growth, which is driven by fintech-led inclusion. So my question to you, Dr. Okeremi, is how can financial institutions and fintechs collaboratively leverage innovation to expand access and also deepen inclusion, like we've mentioned previously, and transform innovation into a wider economic wide multiplier? This is for Dr. Okeremi.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. So, I mean, I like the way you have put it earlier. So I
Yes,
think
sir.
one of the things we must necessarily understand is that there are two ways we can look at innovation, and none of them is
Yes, sir.
completely bad. There's innovation for the sake of innovation itself, which we talk about ontology, which are looking for just building knowledge. And that's not necessarily bad, okay, because it also helps us build other things on top. However, there's what we call applied innovation. And applied innovation
Okay.
means when we begin to look at specific areas that affect our community. So, for example, I'm going to say that knowledge is knowledge everywhere in the world. However, the knowledge that is relevant to development in Europe is definitely very, very different from the knowledge that is required for development in Africa. And we must understand that sometimes if you try to copy and paste directly from other countries, you are looking for a disaster because the situations are radically different. Therefore, the first shot I'm going to fire is that whatever innovation we want to do must be Africa-centric. We need to take a look at the needs of the customers that we are serving. So both fintechs, banks, and any other financial institution at all, we are in business not just for the sake of being in business, we are in business to serve specific customers. And when we look at those customers are based in a geographical domain. So we need to look at innovation that affect their lifestyle and then use such innovation in light of their needs. And when we are able to do that, we will then be able to have innovation that can grow. Innovation that not only makes us better companies, innovation that have impact on community, and consequently innovation that have impact on the world at large. But if we are looking at trying to do the same kind of things that they are doing in some other climes that do not have the same challenges as we do, then we might be doing the right things under the wrong circumstances. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for that, Dr. Keremi. So you just actually focused on the importance, and which is Africa-centric innovation, of which I solely agree with you. So the focus here is just to focus on the needs of our own ecosystem and not just do like a copy and paste, baggage in, baggage out sort of system. Thank you so much for that, sir. That was beautifully presented. Now, before we move on to our second round, I'd like to give you the floor to just give us your brief presentation, which is going to set the tone for the remaining round. So if you can please go ahead with your presentation, sir.
Can everybody see my screen, please? Just to confirm that.
Yes, sir, we can.
All right, so I'm going to be extremely brief. I'm extremely sorry. I got tied up, dealing with something that's... So again, we talk about innovation as a catalyst. And so this is going to just continue from where I stopped in the question you asked. So the first thing I want to do is to define innovation within the context of the discourse. And I say innovation is purely practical implementation of ideas. And now this implementation of ideas may result in new goods or services or processes. But at the same time, innovation has the capacity to create entirely new frontiers. For example, things that people could never have imagined. Today, many people in Nigeria do not even go to banks. And if I did a poll here now, many of us in the room, you realize that many of you have not been to your bank for maybe 2-3 years. This was unimaginable just a few years ago. All this came by innovation. So we are having new frontiers. And now it's even getting a lot more interesting. They are what we call neobanks. They don't even have offices, and yet they exist, and yet they serve people, and yet they are prosperous, and yet they have impact. These things are as a result of innovation, and we cannot do away with them. Now, does innovation always involve new technology? Because every time we talk about innovation, technologists always think that it's about coming up with new technology. And I say the answer to that is no. while it is true that new technologies itself and inventions may be under innovation, not all innovations involve discoveries of new technologies. Sometimes innovations only come as a result of moving things around, changing processes. So we must look at innovation in three angles: people, process, and technology. And in the people and process angle, legislation is also a part of it. So laws can change, rules can change, and this may lead to innovation. So I'm saying that innovation may not necessarily mean an invention. Now, I just wanted to quickly say that the impact of innovation on society, and there are interesting positive examples. So today in Israel that's supposed to be an arid nation where it's almost difficult for you to assume that they could even plant anything successfully, they are having high crop yield because they are able to use artificial intelligence at crop level to determine what each crop needs. That is a masterstroke. Today, we are doing e-commerce. People can buy things on Konga.com. People are buying things on Amazon.com. And some of these things actually travel, across borders all over the world. These were things that were virtually impossible only 15, 20 years ago. People couldn't imagine them. Healthcare provision. Now we are seeing telemedicine. Yes, we know that the ratio of doctors to patients, globally might be a little bit low, but in some countries that are very, very low, we are beginning to see how people are using technology to practice telemedicine to reach the unreached people. Talking about even security today and safety, we are now having drones for defense. In the past, when nations were talking about their strengths, they would talk about how many soldiers they had, how many foot soldiers they had. Today, it's a different ballgame. However, we must also recognize that innovation could be disruptive. And disruptive does not necessarily mean bad, but we just need to know that it can make things change significantly against certain people. For example, all of a sudden, digital cameras have come, and digital cameras I'm talking about now are on our mobile phones. Now, all of us think that we are fantastic photographers. In the past, photography was a major profession in the exclusive preserve of certain people. For those who are old enough, you remember that in those days, if you took a passport photograph, it will probably take 4 days to come out if it is express, because the photographer will tell you that they are going to the dark room and so on and so forth. But today, it's instant. And all of us think we are fantastic photographers because the mobile phones we carry today are very sophisticated. So the job of those photographers are in jeopardy. Google Maps, who would have believed that the mobile phone would be the threat to SatNav, TomTom, Garmin in the past? Those organizations today will only exist in other means because nobody uses those devices anymore. How about television stations and radio stations today? We can all be the judge of that. I was at a gathering very recently and somebody said they wanted to get a license for a TV station. And immediately somebody said, why do you want to do that? Why do you want to pay that kind of money? Why don't you think of an online TV station? So these are the things that are happening, just to give a few examples of the possibilities of disruptive consequences. And this is why we are all here, so that we understand it. However, these are some of the possible ripple effects of widespread innovation. Innovation today, for example, like I said, can lead to increased competition because now, in the past, you had only very few photographers. Now, everybody is a possible photographer. So, increased competition due to innovation. There is also possibility of the consumer now has the ability to pick from a wider range of people that are providing similar services. These are benefits. And of course, this can lead to larger ecosystems. And when I talk about larger ecosystems, I'm happy this panel will talk a lot more on that. Ecosystem talks about not just the innovator, but the ability of an innovation to lead other people into other things. For example, e-commerce becoming very, very critical to logistic business. And logistic business involves transportation and all these kind of things. So you see that it's an ecosystem that's growing. However, there's a caution of a winner-takes-all dynamics for innovation sometimes. And this is something we have to be very, very careful about. In the case of a winner takes all, where a single innovation comes and attempts to wipe off every other player in such a manner that, yes, we can talk about a growth in the GDP, we can talk about a growth in the wealth. However, it becomes non-inclusive. These are also possibilities with innovation. I'm sure that a number of us recently must have read, I think a few days ago, where the MD of Microsoft is given some huge raise in his own salary. However, Microsoft is saying that they are going to lay off, I think, a whole lot of people. Amazon is doing the same thing. So this is a situation where you are having a winner takes all dynamic. And these are things that we need to understand that are possibilities coming from innovation. Now, let's take a look at innovation in the financial sector. And I'm winding down now. The picture on the left, for those of us who are old enough, we can associate with this. In those old days, in fact, this one is still maybe in the 80s, where we still have computers. In the past, before the 80s, you went to the bank early in the morning, you got a tally, and you went somewhere else and came back maybe 5 hours later. You've seen long queues like this in the bank. But take a look at what the picture on the right hand is. This is like a lounge. Today, like I said, people don't even go to banks anymore to transact. The reason why people will go to banks today is to have social communication with people, to meet people and have a good talk with them, not because they are going for any service. So banks are now becoming places where people can come and meet and greet. This is what innovation does. Now, these are the things that happen for the consumer. You now have, how can you imagine the past? If you wanted to give somebody money, it was a good excuse. After 2 o'clock, you say, bank don't close, so we can't give you money anymore. But today, it's a 24/7 thing. It doesn't, no Saturday, no Sunday. People can do transactions. You can buy, you can sell. 24/7. Reduce reliance on physical brick and mortar. I spoke about that. There are now neobanks, fintechs. You don't even need to see them, and yet everything is working. And I spoke about seamless and efficient cross-border transactions. Now things are happening seamlessly. Now, a few things that we do in banking and fintech, I'll just highlight them. We do deposit mobilization. In the past, when I was a young banker, we used to go see customers, whether high net worth or even low net worth. We will visit them physically. We will pound the streets. Today, influencing, you can use the power of social media. You can use the power of advertisement on the media to actually have customers globally without moving from where you are. All these are possible. These are innovation, wealth management. Now we are seeing algorithms doing a whole lot of things that we used to have specialized skills for. Loans and advances. Now, in the past, when I used to be a credit analyst in the bank, when a credit memo comes, it took us time to do the analysis and check everything and then go present. Today, in a second, you can put in, I'm sure a good number of us are seeing, in a second, you put in a loan application and then you get the credit in your account immediately. All these are as a result of innovation, and there is a whole lot more to come. Now, I will not finish this conversation without talking about these important trending issues today. Artificial intelligence and robotics in financial services. What do these portend? I already spoke about it. Today, we can see clearly that the way machines are geared, human beings cannot compete with them. They can process a whole lot of information faster than we can ever do. And I gave an example some time ago. So usually, you know, when you go to websites, you buy something, the computer suggests, oh, you may also want this. So the example is people buy, you go and you buy what they call skinny jeans. Skinny jeans. Now you buy a pair of skinny jeans online, and the system is suggesting what to buy next. If I took a poll, many people will assume that it will suggest what might be a t-shirt, or might be a pair of sneakers, or might be a designer belt. But guess what AI suggested? AI suggested mobile phone insurance. And that's interesting. Skinny jeans, mobile phone insurance. But AI had the benefit of having access to a whole lot of pool of data and recognized that a lot of people, after buying skinny jeans, found that their phones were dropping and damaging. And so it then begins to suggest that if you buy a pair of skinny jeans, then please take an insurance on your mobile phone. Human beings may not be able to come to some of these things very quickly. So I'm saying that machines may not be able to compete with human beings in certain areas, but I think human beings should banish the thought of attempting to compete with machines in specific areas. And these are important things. Now, blockchain technology, and I merge it with the cryptocurrency. Believe it or not, it's an issue. Today, people are talking about all sorts of stable coins, all sorts of unstable coins, and people are even beginning to challenge. People are coming to tell me that I should not have confidence in the central bank of my own country, and yet I should have confidence in some cryptocurrency. And these things are beginning to take root. Beware, these are facts, and they are coming, and people are going to use these things either positively or negatively. And then the last thing I want to talk about for now is open banking. Open banking, we already have the exposure draft. So in fact, I think it's going to become active in Nigeria. Now, these are some of the things that before now, we were finding it extremely difficult to imagine. However, innovation has brought us to this point where information will be shared using mere technology between bank to bank, between bank and fintech, between customer and bank. And so these are the areas that I think would definitely be trending for a while. I want to say that, in conclusion, that whatever we do with innovation, the most important thing is that we must be responsible. There is responsible innovation, there is irresponsible innovation. I think that whatever we do, regulation must necessarily kick in to protect the sanctity of the value system of the community and the society. Otherwise, whilst innovation might be very good, it is capable of causing major distortions, major disruptions that will lead to challenges in the social values and the social equity of mankind. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kerami, for that insightful presentation. That's actually a very great foundation on innovation's wider impact. So you've beautifully framed the impact of innovation on our modern day society and importance of collaboration we all have in sustaining innovation across Africa's financial ecosystem. Now, building on the last bit you mentioned, from a technology leadership perspective, Mr. Ishola, what governance models or shared infrastructure frameworks can promote data sharing and collaboration without compromising competitiveness or security, just like Dr. Okeremi mentioned? And this is from Mr. Ishola.
Fantastic. Good morning. Good morning. Excellent note, Doctor, I must say. I will get back to the last slide in a bit. There's no one thing, one framework we can put together. Like Doctor said, a lot of the frameworks currently available now are not geared towards Africa or Nigeria, right? We start off with something, and that is where we go from. Now, when it comes to data sharing, right, we've not been, I mean, let me put it this way. We record data differently in Africa. We started all that differently, from the hieroglyphics to all those things. So we recorded data differently, and it meant something different to us, right? Now, we've not scaled the art of data recording. You know, you can talk about infrastructure, political will, whatever you want to talk about, but we've not done that effectively. So what we're doing right now is we're going back to the drawing board and saying, look, there is open banking, for instance, right? Remita actually pushed the first open banking before it even got the name of open banking. So innovators and visionaries, right, see these things long before it is matured enough for us to give it a name. Now, open banking comes up with a lot of frameworks and specification backing that in terms of data sharing. Ultimately, whatever framework that stands at the end of the day, due to maybe consensus of the industry or the country as a whole, because when it comes to data, it goes beyond fintech, right? Data is new, or has always been, but right now, data is being weaponized. It can't be weaponized. Whether you like it or not, AI has even made that worse for us, right? And we really need to catch up quickly on that, because if you do not record useful data, somebody else will record it and present it back to you in whichever form. So algo bias, data bias, AI bias, all coming into play, right, for you to consume. Now, whatever specification or framework that comes to stay in the end, right, what we need to look out for is how true is the data that we're sharing? Who owns the data that we're sharing? How is that data stored? And the owner of the data, is it being shared responsibly, i.e. with consent? There's a whole lot happening within the space. But ultimately, the risk I think we need to mitigate the most, right, is putting our data in other people's hands and then consuming it and then paying back for those data. If you look at what is happening within the AI space right now, is exciting. Not new for some of us that have been seeing this come along. It's not new, right? Doctor mentioned recommendation. I remember 14 years, 15 years ago, we're doing targeted promotions and guided search and the rest, right? So that was coming, right? Now, whatever that is, right, we need to own that narrative, right? We are consuming too much, right? That narrative of Nigeria and Africa being a consuming nation, right, is just extending to the digital space, right? And what is interesting and to me is that we're consuming these things, meaning that those systems and the data we're consuming is actually coming from outside Nigeria, right? But guess what? A lot of Nigerians and a lot of Africans are actually at the heart of some of these things. If you go look at it, Nigerians are excellent at thriving, right? And the tech space, we move way ahead. So we need to be mindful of that. So whatever framework we come to or that comes to stay, all the things mentioned must be part of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Ishola. So, Mr. Dekoya, I have a question for you. Now, the AFDB's digital economy reports projects that stronger data collaboration could unlock up to $180 billion in new value annually by 2030. So, from an enterprise standpoint, how can integrated data and digital ID frameworks like shared KYC utilities or open APIs, how can it foster trust-based collaboration between banks, fintechs, and other sectors, Mr. Dekoya?
Wow, interesting. MJ mentioned earlier about Remita being part of the first proponents for shared
That's
data,
correct.
right? And I was also privileged to be part of that. I know one of their promoters internally at that time. And I dare say that we're very glad that, most of that work is now being pushed by the CBN. I think that happened last year. And then there was a framework that guided how data should be shared amongst players today. I think for me, most of those frameworks will help, whatever the frameworks are, like MJ mentioned. And how that will work is if most of us are data conscious, whatever it is that we're doing, we're data conscious, we understand that everything is being tracked, everything is under scrutiny, as it were. And as you interact on a daily basis, you're actually a data source or providing information, as it were. I think what I would also add is, where possible, based on the open banking standards that are being pushed today, or open data standards that are being pushed today, it's already something common or mainstay in Europe or parts of Europe today adopted. It's going to get deeper. There'll be several aspects of it that would now sort of support our day-to-day living. And we should actually give some impetus to that. I think for me, that's what I would like to contribute to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Adekoya, for that. So, as innovation deepens within regulated environments, the question of trust and competitiveness becomes even more crucial. So, moving on to the third stage, we'll be exploring what the future of fintech innovation really looks like. So, AI-driven automation is reshaping both customer experience and back-end operations. Mr. Badejo, how can startups and financial institutions jointly harness AI and predictive analytics to drive efficiency, inclusion, and long-term value creation across Africa's fintech landscape?
Awesome. Thanks for that question. So I think we're seeing a lot of adoption in terms of AI, especially in the fintech space. And some use cases that I've actually seen that are quite interesting. I've seen some fintechs use the AI platforms for customer service. And one particular use case that I've seen play out is the language models that are able to respond to customers in their local languages, Yoruba, Hausa. And I think that's really genius, especially when it comes to the agency banking space as well. All right. So usually Nigeria and Africa is usually tagged as late entrants. But with the AI revolution, I think this is one place where we've actually seen fast adoption, especially in onboarding, for instance. I operate in the cross-border space, and there has to be a lot of onboarding requirements where compliance, they are checking BVN, checking CAC, ensuring that companies are active. And just by plugging into AI solutions, all of these are automated, right? So a compliance onboarding that would have taken, say, about a week to two, it's faster and easier, just riding on the AI solutions that can help do all these verifications, right? So I think this is interesting, and the use cases I would like to see in the future in terms of how fintechs can ride on this is, I'd like to see more automated payouts as well, especially in the cross-border space, right? In terms of transaction monitoring, rather than having compliance team check each transactions as they are being processed, it would be a breath of fresh air to have an AI model or a bot that ticks the box, flags erroneous transactions, flags fraudulent transactions, and even automates all those payout functionalities as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Badejo. You highlighted the transformative power of AI in data. So now let's look at the foundation that makes all this possible, which is security and governance. Okay, so Dr. Okeremi, the IMF Cyber Resilience Index 2024 lists digital finance as a systemic risk zone. So from a governance and enterprise lens, how can industry leaders embed security by design within innovation frameworks as protecting digital trust while still enabling collaboration at a scale? So that's like, how can institutions practically balance innovation speed with the need for strong governance?
Well, I think one of the challenges that I have seen, just like you said, is where
Yes, sir.
people assume that control, governance are different streams from innovation. I think, and I like the way the question has been framed. I think that's not correct. I think the honest truth of the matter is that if things are done by design, then we can begin to see that we can actually achieve higher throughput, higher efficiency, and higher control through innovation. For example, today in Nigeria, in fact, Nigeria definitely, clearly is a trailblazer globally when you talk about our payment systems. Believe it or not, Nigeria's payment systems is clearly one of the most sophisticated in the world. Much more sophisticated than that of the United States, much more sophisticated than that of Europe. But one of the challenges, and I'm going to digress a little bit, is that a lot of times Africans have been programmed to assume that their salvation comes from where they are actually better than. So lots of times, Africa is looking for solutions in places where we should be the one teaching them, where they should be learning from us. And these are things that we really need to deal with at very senior levels. Once upon a time, in fact, very recently, the immediate past Minister for Communications had a private conversation with me very recently when he was still minister. And we sat down in my office having a coffee. And he said to me, he said, "Doctor, if you know what I face when I go to cabinet," he said to me, every time I go to cabinet, and I say in cabinet that, listen, there are local solutions to these challenges. He said to me, what my colleagues hear is inferior. And that's a problem. However, the honest truth is that for those who know, we went to the same schools with anybody else anywhere in the world. We learned the same things. When we were in school, a whole lot of them knew their position in class. Yet when we come back to our own nation, our nation gives us trenches, their nations give them platforms. And so it then appears that they are better. No, they are not. I was speaking about the payment system in Nigeria, talking about how smart it is, how sophisticated it is. But I promise you that as we speak, people are probably still looking for solutions in payments, trying to see whether they can supplant remitter and other things with some foreign solutions coming from somewhere. But if you take a look at the fundamentals about how some of these solutions were built, and you look at the problems we were trying to solve when we were building these solutions, I can tell you for free that we have been able to attain a lot higher speed. So in Nigeria, instant payment is not an issue anymore. Instant payment is straightforward in Nigeria. And yet, frauds are reducing. If you take a look at the automated clearinghouse system in Nigeria, the fraud in ACH in Nigeria is near zero. In fact, it is zero. Take a look at all the NIPS reports, it is zero. Which other nation boasts of that? And yet, our ACH system provides nearly instant credit. In fact, the technology for instant credit is there. So what happened was that by design, we took governance, control, and efficiency into account from the very beginning of designing the application. And so we found the best way to make sure that everybody got the best deal. So your running costs reduce very significantly. And so all I will say here is that it's about engagement of the solution from the beginning. You don't want to silo the innovators and then the governance people, the control people. No, bring all of them in the same room. Let everybody speak about their needs. Let everybody speak about their concerns. And then let us come with a consensus that works for everybody. Thank you.
All right, that's perfect. So, Mr. Adekoya, would you say trust or infrastructure is the greater challenge in achieving secure innovation? I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, sir.
Yeah, thanks. So, trust, yes, to a particular extent. You can't really, people react basically, or adopters react basically from their experiences, right? The infrastructure as well is something that will improve over time. For instance, where I stand, InterSwitch decided to make an infrastructure play from the scratch. For about 25 years now, they've been running the infrastructure, and we've been improving on that, innovating as time comes, adapting to our environment. I think the issue is a combination of both the users and then those who are providing, and then how responsive you can be as things are changing. So you're taking a lot of information from people. As you know, users usually have insatiable needs, and our needs change per our environment because you have all those interactors that also determine how your lifestyle, how your business is being driven, governments, your own consumers or your own customers and all that. So I think that rate of responsiveness is what the issue might be, which is that connector, not so much of whether or not I trust or not. It takes some time for most of this infrastructure to build and then stabilize and then maybe grow or scale, right? But then you start from accepting what you have right now to be adaptable, and then you can now push on to the next levels, which is, okay, I want more. Can you give me more? And then you watch the providers give you extra. So let's look for those connectors and then look for ways of getting that feedback from the users and keep innovating along the way. I think that connector is where the challenge is, how to make sure that whatever feedbacks are required are getting into us, and then we can even plan ahead, just like MJ mentioned earlier, that innovators usually think ahead most of the time, trying to provide things that could help better your environment or better people's lives. That's what I think could be the challenge, the connectors. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for that. Now, we've had such insightful contributions on innovation, integration, and trust. So to wrap up, I'd love to hear quick final thoughts from each of our panelists, just like a 1-minute takeaway on how innovation can continue to serve as a catalyst for collaboration and growth across sectors, just focusing on the theme of the session. So I'll just start with Mr. Badejo. So as someone in the startup space, what's your key takeaway on how young innovators can help shape Africa's global competitiveness?
So I think that's interesting. So I'll take it from here, like in terms of context on what the space looks like right now. So
Yes.
Africa has about 1,200 fintechs, right? Within this, there are nine unicorns, and 8 of them are fintechs. 70% of the investments from into the sector comes from foreign investments, right? And what this means is that profit, IP, infrastructure, human capital, all of that is shipped out of African's continent and Nigeria as well. So I would like to break it down into this. Like there needs to be more infrastructural capital investment. Like one, I think any infrastructure that would help collaboration, ease of doing business. Say for instance, the PAPS initiative, as I mentioned earlier, the African Trade Agreement, AFCFTA agreements, those kinds of infrastructural build should be where capital is going to. Also, there should be more openness to adopting and using our core indigenous APIs and core banking as well. Shout out to Sterling Bank on their core banking CBAS, right? So we should see more adoption in that, and this would help fuel and keep innovation flowing. One more thing that I think is key is on the human capital side. Like one threat to our ecosystem has always been the brain drain. I've seen global talent visas in UK. I've seen EB1, EB2 visas in America that is attracting most of our young talents that would have fueled innovation within our space. But I haven't seen any Pan-African visas, right? I think that would be something interesting to have, where
Yes. So,
human capital can move across the continent and we still keep innovation flowing within
I
the
agree.
continent. Yeah, so these are some of my thoughts on also there should be more local funding, embedded capital, not just foreign investment. We should have local capital that can fund initiatives and ideas of our players within this ecosystem, startups within this ecosystem, such that all of our IP profits doesn't go out of Nigeria, Africa, and it remains within. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Badija. So, Dr. Keremi, what will be your closing thoughts on ensuring innovation remains sustainable and inclusive in Africa's fintech space? What's that one practical action you believe every ecosystem player can take right now?
Well, thank you. I think I can't even speak better than what Tomi has said. Is spoken from the depth. If you take a look, just take a look 10 years ago, when all this started, in the days of Dr. Mobola Johnson as Minister for Communications Technology, when we hosted Demo Africa. I was the chairman of Demo Africa, both 2014 and 2015, and Dr. Johnson and I used to sit down for hours and talk about this. And this is what we've seen today. And one of the predictions I made at that time was, yes, we're trying to bring funding into Nigeria. At that time, I made a clear assertion that I didn't like the idea as such as it was being packaged at that time. And at that time, I made a prediction, which is what Toby has said. I said, by 2021, the chickens will come to roost and Nigeria would have nothing. Invariably, you would only provide the markets, the intellectual property will not reside in us, the capital will not reside in us, and as a matter of fact, as you begin to look at it, even the skilled labor will no longer reside in us, and that's beginning to happen. How can we reverse it? I think three things that are put in place. You see, every decision that is taken a lot of times comes from legends. And legends are formed from narratives. And narratives generally come from buzz and what people say. So I remember that at the time, John Nobaru and I used to sit down and agonize about software Nigeria. And people would come and you see some comedians all over the place saying the Nigerian software has a lot of bugs and they are not reliable. Even till today, I still have some fora where people say the Nigeria software developer never happened to you. But the question you should ask empirically, if you look at failed projects by volume and by value, how much percentage of failed projects do we have by Nigerian firms? You realize that you're talking of less than 10%. And yet people are shouting as if Nigerian software. No nation grows when people themselves talk down on themselves. That's one thing we need to understand. We need to identify when they are talking about failures, why don't they talk about the success stories of Remita, for example, of the kind of work that has been done by PFS, for example. They don't talk about those, but they talk about failures of smaller firms. And in any case, what's the big deal about failures? Failures does not mean that it cannot work. It only means it didn't succeed the first time. So these are things that we as a community and as a society need to live with. We need to understand that we can no longer talk down on ourselves. We have the capacity to solve our own problems. And as a matter of fact, we need to come to a point where we say, if we cannot get our people to solve these problems, let that problem remain with us until such a time when we get mature. And if we are going to get help from anywhere else in the world, we will only get help as equals. We will get help as equals, meaning that nobody, I mean, you get the kind of things when the World Bank will come put their hands in their pocket and come and talk to us and begin to prescribe to us. They say they're giving you $20 million. They are the ones bringing the contractor from Washington. They are the ones bringing, and they send a few people on the training to Washington, D.C., and then we are clapping. I think those days have to be over. And these are things that must happen by government policies sometimes. There's absolutely nothing wrong with affirmative actions. And one of the things I have said, one of the alternatives I proposed at the time in the days of Demo Africa was, rather than bringing foreign investors into the room, I still feel offended till today that we have allowed foreign investors to take over companies like InterSwitch. I feel terribly offended because this should have been national pride. Now we are talking about Verve, a Verve which should have been on the same level as China UnionPay. It's been taken over by Visa, and Visa will be the one to determine what the outcome of Verve is. Yes, maybe for the owners or the initiator, they make a few bucks, but for the community, for Africa, where does it lead us? I think we need to come to a position where we determine that we want to create not necessarily unicorns, whether unicorns or not, that's not the important thing. We want firms that are capable of having impact on the development of the challenges that face Africans on a day-to-day basis. And we can see visible results and inclusive growth. Inclusive growth meaning that not just a few people are getting fatter and a whole lot of people are getting thinner. We're talking about people where we are developing intellectual capacity generally across Africa. Then, at this particular point in time, Africa will be on the table. We will no longer be mere consumers. We will have our right on the table to make it clear that, yes, we are Black, we are not daft. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Okiremi, for that. So, Mr. Adekoya, from an enterprise standpoint, what's your final reflection on how established institutions can keep driving collaborations and shared innovation?
All right, thank you very much. Thanks, Doctor. Quite insightful. I think for me, collaboration, competitiveness, I think that builds co-optativeness, right? As we say at InterSwitch, right? There's something we live by at InterSwitch, for instance. We tell you, live and let live. And I think most of the value-based decisions that we've made have actually created opportunities for many. We believe that Africa is not short for talent or ideas. There will always be new ways of doing things. If you can't find it at home, you can find it elsewhere, insofar as you're bringing that development to Africa. We are proud that most of the collaborative ideas that we've done, and I believe that a lot of organizations are learning from this, has actually brought value to Africa, giving us an identity to be part of and build. And those have actually formed bridges between public and private sector, between technology and development. You can see the vast development that we're seeing across Africa today, and we're proud to be part of that. So as we build institutions that will outlive us, and we know that this is very, very important, especially for times as this. Our greatest accelerators will not be maybe policies or platforms, as it were, but the partnerships that we built in the past and that we embed on trust and shared purposes. It's very, very, very important for us to have those shared goals and then think beyond our immediate environment to see how we can actually move further and create more value as we proceed. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mr. Dekoya, for that beautiful thought. Mr. Ishola, finally, your 1 minute thought. Do you think Africa can lead the world in creating trust-driven digital ecosystems?
Did you ask if I thought? Africa is already leading.
I love that.
Leading, and I mean that with everything, right?
Okay.
I think the problems that we need to solve, I mean, Doctor put it very aptly, and so did everybody else. But the one thing for me is this issue of delegated responsibility, right? Everyone needs to be a part of the discussion and the solution, rather than pointing left, right, and center to somebody else solving the problem. This is one thing we've done consistently at Remita, where national projects are taken on, regardless of whether money is going to come for it or not. Money is usually not the first thing we think about. It's about, is this a national project? Is this something of value that needs doing? Then we go do it. I think the moment we start taking, everyone start taking pride like that, I think this is going to go forward. You can't also beat a man for wanting to eat. At the end of the day, I think Korede Bello said something recently I found very interesting, which is you don't expect a man that is hungry, right, to think about what is happening in space, right? I found that very interesting, because whatever you want, whatever innovation you're thinking about, right, at the end of the day, things must be in the right order for it to happen. Again, maybe I'll charge everybody else, within the community, that we need to actually do things for ourselves. There's nobody coming to save us. We need to save ourselves. Nigerian software and Nigerian fintech are top shelf. Everyone, PFS, InterSwitch, Remita, name all the fintechs in Nigeria, have contributed to where the world is, right, with regards to technology and fintech, right? So for me, I would say, let's keep collaborating, honest and open collaboration, because we throw that word around a lot. Let's collaborate, but honest, open collaboration that actually pushes the mission forward is what we should strive for. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. This has been a very engaging and insightful conversation and session. It was truly a valuable learning experience for all of us, myself especially. At a point, I almost forgot I had to moderate and was waiting to hear more so I can take down notes. And so now we'll move to our question and answer session. So we'll take a few questions from our audience. And to just help us keep your questions brief, and if possible, direct them to a specific panelist. So I don't know, do we have any questions for our panelists? This is for the audience now. So we can also drop our questions on the chat box and I'll just pick it there.
For the questions, you can always raise your hand if you have any questions. We can promote you to speak if you do not want to type. just so that we can keep it very interactive. If you want to type, please kindly use the chat box and drop your questions. Let's do this in less than 2 so that we can continue with the conversation. But while we wait for that, let me especially thank you, our moderator, Catherine, for the energy you injected into this panel, for the people to have the very, very wonderful conversation we just witnessed. At a point, it was looking like a special session for discussing innovation and sustainability within the fintech ecosystem. I heard a lot of things and I got some key takeaways, especially from Dr. Yele. Dr. Yele, you said legends are made from narratives. I don't know how you put it. I don't know if that was the exact statement you made, but that stuck. What that tells me is that with MJ's open collaboration, actual open collaboration, we can begin to build unicorns in this country and beyond around Africa as a whole. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for that wonderful session we have had. Dr. Yele Okeremi was our lead speaker for this panel, for this plenary session. And we also had Mr. Adeyinka Adekoya, Group Head, Corporate Retail and Energy Business, InterSwitch Group. We equally had Tommy Badejo, Vice President Operations, Graph, Techstars 23. We have Mr. Mujib Ishola, CTO, System Specs Technology Services Limited, and also ably represented by Catherine, Miss Yonodu Okeogo, General Manager, Business Banking and Partnerships, VFD, Microfinance Bank. Thank you so much, everyone. We still wait for questions, but I don't think there are questions for this panelist. What that tells me is that we did a lot of communicating to people in this room and things are very clear. People are satisfied with the deliberations and it's fantastic to know. So thank you everyone for that very beautiful session. We will then move forward now. Remember I mentioned that we were going to have a keynote address from the president of the FinTech Association of Nigeria. And we will eventually take that address now in the next couple of minutes. And afterwards, we can then take some time to stretch our legs, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready for the FinTech Association of Nigeria's president, we are ready. Dr. Stanley Jacob, it's on the call. A round of applause, please, if you can. Thank you. Just use the emoji to give that reaction. It's beautiful. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Dr. Jacob, if you are ready for us, we are on standby for you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if I'm audible. Please let me know.
Yes, you are, please. Yes, you are.
And
visible too.
I just want to say that I listened with rapt attention to the earlier session and it was quite electric. And want to salute my Oga Yele and other members of the panel for a great job. And I'll first start by congratulating the leadership of the Financial Institution Training Center, and most especially the Chief Executive Officer, whom I have very high regards for. And this year's theme for the conference, Disruptive by Design, Powering Africa's FinTech Revolution through Innovation, Growth Acceleration, Smart Regulation, a combination of very, very interesting topics, which have been on the front burner most recently, at least in the past few years. So I want to say in delivering my keynote, I'll be very freestyle and touch on a few things, and also to salute the guests and also all those who are speaking alongside myself for contributing to this entire journey and thought leadership series. So starting up, we know that the Nigerian payment system, much talked about, has become a systemic important ecosystem. And it's not just systemically important only to Africa, but globally. And if we follow the news with what's happening across different fintech ecosystems, not just payments, we will see that the world and Africa is talking about what we are doing. This means that we are at a very critical point, a very transformative moment in our financial services history. Reports, I don't know the actual number of fintechs that we have today. Some say it's 250, some say it's over 400. Whichever one you want to use, it just tells you that we have over 200 fintech companies in Nigeria. And of course, we know how many unicorns we have and how many transactions. The total transactions being processed by fintechs in Nigeria annually is about 5 billion transactions in terms of count. And this makes Nigeria a powerhouse for fintechs. And no matter what it is, if you look at the opportunity size and the target addressable market, you will know that our journey is just beginning. Now, going into the topic, disruption, redesigning finance for Nigerians. Disruption comes in different ways, right? So, and when you look at it, Africa is not just adopting fintech, we are defining it. We have discovered now that there are a lot of global experiences that we have to localize to get the most optimal solutions and performance. So we are defining fintech. While we see most developed markets, the UK, the US, they are evolving slowly. We are evolving like every new day looks like a year, right? And we have leapfrogged entire generations of infrastructure. When you compare what banks and fintechs or tech companies or even MFBs and the likes of them were using for technology infrastructure or financial services infrastructure 15 years ago and now, or even 10 years ago and now, you will know that we have changed an entire generation of infrastructure. It's not just about updating servers and all that. Most institutions, financial institutions, have invested billions to completely shift away legacy infrastructures so that we can innovate and provide proper financial services to Nigerians. So we didn't wait for bank branches. When we look at those years, we started putting banking in people's pockets. And fintechs made it much more easier because we now see that most of the banks that almost out of every 5 people you keep here, you have 3 or 4 of them banking with an only digital bank or a digital only bank, right? A bank that does not have branch. And that shows that we've been able to put banking in our pocket. And that's very transformational for our ecosystem, right? We didn't also wait for credit cards to keep evolving as it is in most developed nations. We've created digital wallets serving millions, virtual accounts. Fintechs have turned it into a whole full ecosystem in Nigeria. For me, what true disruption means is customer centricity. All right. How do we build these solutions to work for a smartphone that costs 5,000 naira? Because our broadband penetration is increasing, but how much is it getting to the poorest of the poor? So how do we build solutions for the lowest smartphones so that they don't have to pay for financial services via SMS or USSD? We need to take it down to our own locality, not the Silicon Valley standards. How do we turn constraints into advantages? Of course, we know that we have limited broadband infrastructure, but we've seen what has happened with agent networks. We have over 1.5 agents in Nigeria. And when I look back to 2019, which is practically 6 years ago, I can't just believe the transformation. But we still have limited infrastructure and we need to address it, right? How do we make credit affordable and accessible with better data scoring, good credit history reporting, and all that? That's what disruption will mean for us, and how do we collaborate more over competition, right? You see, before now, there used to be that story about fintechs will kill banks. The biggest bank will die when a fintech comes. But we've come over the years to see that both fintechs and traditional banks are creating hybrid solutions together. And we've also realized that we cannot achieve it alone. So behind every transaction, there is a market woman in Aba who can now save digitally. There's an entrepreneur in Ilorin who can access capital. There is a family whose remittances no longer depend on having to send it through ABC Transport or God is Good or buying airtime for 10,000 naira and the other person takes 9,000 at the other end. A lot of things has changed when we look at disruption. This is the human impact of disruption by design. When we go to the second aspect of growth acceleration, how do we move from potential to performance? Because every time we talk about potential, we say we have 200 million people, we have 500 million this, 2 million that, 1 billion this. But how do we go from potential to performance? Because sometimes when we say we have 200 million people, how many people really have that power to even the spending power, the economic power to be included, right? Potential alone does not transform economies. So we must accelerate strategically across 5 critical dimensions, right? And one of them is digital infrastructure expansion. I spoke about it, but of course, the seamless integration of NIN, BVN. Now we are talking about TIN for account opening from next year, right? And ensuring that we continue to stay interoperable is very critical for growth. The second is rural penetration, right? How do we ensure that 70% of our inclusion, the gains we record year on year going forward, must come from rural areas, right? That can be served by agent networks, that can have local language interfaces or vernacular or pidgin English, as we call it. And there is also agriculture-focused products that speaks to our areas of economic inclusion. How do we drive capital access? We are getting a lot of venture capital, dollar money for Naira financial inclusion or Naira revenues. How do we ensure that we deepen our domestic capital market and pathways for small fintechs to access growth funding without compromising their vision? 4, how do we ensure talent development, right? Training 100,000 engineers, scientists, data scientists for AI, cybersecurity specialists through different kind of collaboration, whether with the industry or with the academia. This is a critical and vital piece for growth. And lastly, Pan-African platforms. We've seen how much Africa has struggled to integrate itself. So we need Pan-African platform because there is no way Nigeria can be fully included when we still have the gaps around us, when you cannot easily send money from Nigeria to Benin Republic. It's easier to send to the US than to send from Nigeria to Benin Republic. So we need to build solutions that scale up.
Dr. Stanley, I don't think I can hear you any longer. Are you still with us? All right, I guess that is network. Hopefully we get you back immediately. Please confirm you can hear me, Dr. Stanley. All right. We lost Dr. Stanley there for a moment, so we're going to bring him back on to continue the conversation. Please give us a moment. On the interim, can I ask the technology team to kindly display the barcode for our program brochure so that people can scan and see the details therein. Thank you very much. So please, if you can see this, the barcode on your screen, kindly go ahead and scan for your program brochure. You can use your Google Lens. If your camera is smart enough, you can equally use your phone camera to capture that. Take a moment to scan and go through the program brochure. We'll leave it here for a while until we're able to get Dr. Stanley back on the call. All right, I think we have Dr. Stanley back on the call now. Sorry for that short interruption. Hope we didn't interrupt your thought as well. You're muted.
Not at
Yeah.
all. I really couldn't tell what happened. I was thrown out of the call. So sorry about that. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, we can. Welcome back, please.
Yeah, so I
All
was saying that growth is not about moving fast. We must impact the entire community. And the next part, as I wrap up, is about smart regulations, right? And to be direct, regulation is not an enemy of innovation, as some people might think. Of course, if we have poor regulation or harsh regulation, then it becomes an enemy of innovation. So smart regulation is the greatest enabler that anybody can think about, right? And we've seen that the regulators have been coming up most recently with progressive regulatory framework. And we have to do all we can as a collective and as an industry to improve on these successes. And these include both in areas of payments, in investments, in insurance. We've seen a lot of frameworks, especially in this year 2025, right? And I will look at the smart regulation path, right? We need to look at the fact that the regulation needs to shift to risk proportionate regulation, right? How do we ensure that whatever we are regulating, we take into consideration the different risk levels that require different intensity of regulation, right? We shouldn't regulate a small lending platform the same way we will regulate a big commercial bank, right? So we'll continue to have to ensure that the regulation is proportionate to the risks. And also, there are also technology neutral principles, right? Regulating outcomes and risks, not specific technologies, right? So we should look at what is the outcome, impact on the customer, what is the journey for the customer, not regulating technologies, because this will allow innovation to flourish while we protect consumers, right? Of course, regulatory sandbox, we are seeing a lot of uplift in that area. Data protection, very good. A lot of organizations, including fintechs, are now being made to be data NDPC, NDPR compliance, which is a very good thing for us, especially as it comes to consent management, portability, and securing data. And also collaborative policy maker and making, in terms of ensuring that we have regular dialogue between regulators, industry players, and consumer advocates. At the FinTech Association of Nigeria, we have what we call the Regulators Forum that bring together different regulators, and we brainstorm on how the regulations are faring, how it's impacting the operators, how it's impacting the customer. And this has been very fruitful over the last 3 years, thereabout. So on that point, we have to strengthen our cybersecurity framework and our fraud prevention mechanism to ensure that we build trust, because trust is the most valuable asset of our industry, and every breach will threaten the entire ecosystem. Now moving forward in terms of what we all need to do as I let go, I know I might have taken some time on this, is that we need to recognize as stakeholders that the Nigeria's fintech regulation is not a sit down and look sport. It's not a spectator sport. It requires action from every stakeholder in the room, right? You cannot sit down look, as we say in the Nigerian parlance, right? And to fintech founders, to leaders, we have to build for impact, not just for valuation and other things that come with it. So that impact must be felt. If you are a financial institution, you have to try to embrace partnership with both the fintech and other enablers. That way, if we even share more lessons, we can exchange learnings on regulatory expertise, we can establish trust, fraud reporting, and even some things around our agility and innovation will be unstoppable, right? And we hope I will get more collaboration in terms of regulation and policy making, right? And we'll continue to get a progressive approach, okay? And even the investors, that patient capital, right? So thinking beyond quick exits, right? How do we get that patience capital that we build sustainable businesses, right? So that we ensure that investors are backing founders who understand the Nigerian market deeply and are committed to long-term value creation. This is one of the things that Fintech Association of Nigeria is trying to get right in terms of working with the investment communities and with the investors. Then lastly, I like to talk about the training and institutions and the academia, especially because I'm in an FITC environment. We cannot underplay financial literacy, right? Financial literacy right now is probably hovering around 35% or so, and it's quite low. It's very, 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 very low. It's lower than the financial inclusion. So possibly while we look at trying to include people in solutions, we need to see how to make them understand what we're including them in, right? So how do we bridge the skill gap urgently? How do we build programs that reflect industry need and help people from students to the market woman to everybody? They will need to give people financial literacy and build talent, right? And as I leave you, I'll tell you 10 years ago, most Nigerians never made many Nigerians almost never made a digital payment. Today, digital transactions are woven into every fabric of our daily life, right? And 10 years from now, Nigerians and Nigeria will be an undisputed fintech capital for Africa. And it will be a market where every Nigerian has access to affordable financial services, and our solutions are exported across the continent. So we'll think Nigeria, we'll think Africa for the market, for the business, for our talent, and for the overall African economy. Thank you very much. I'll pause here and save some time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stanley Jacobs, President of Nigerian FinTech Association. It's always a pleasure listening to you. I know you are a huge friend of FITC and almost turned into a family member as it is. It's a pleasure to have you here in this particular conference. And it's also important to appreciate that you have hammered a lot on players and the regulators' collaboration as a way, and how Nigerian FinTech Association is working seriously to bridge that gap. I would think that all players should ensure to come in under that umbrella and continue to push with one voice so that we can achieve this collective goal. It is fantastic, and you kept to time, really. I mean, it's always nice hearing from you. I will let's see what our participants, our virtual participants think in this regard. I don't know if there are any hands up. I don't yet see any hands up for questions. I would really love to hear from the individuals who are on this call to ask questions as it relates to the presentations and even the plenary sessions that we've had, because there will always be questions. People on this call are innovators or supporters of innovation. So I expect that there is going to be some of those questions. Thank you so much, everyone. If you're on the call, our virtual participants, we hope to hear from you shortly, just before we go on that short leg stretching break. Right. Let's see if we have some. We have over 100 people on this call. At some point, the network takes people out and brings them right back in, but we do have over 100 people on this call, and I'm sure people are curious to know, to have answers to their questions. So please kindly feel free to drop in the chat box or in the comment in the chat box, yeah? Or you can use the emoji to raise your hands and we can promote you to a speaker so you can speak directly to the subject matter experts in this conference. Thank you very much. But if there is none, then we would like to once again appreciate you, Dr. Jacob Stanley, from taking the time out from your very busy schedule to be here to grace this occasion and then make the impact as always. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
I hope
Thank
we
you
get
very
to
much.
continue this conversation
Yes.
and keep moving forward. Yes.
Thank
Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take that 10 minutes break and stretch our legs. When we are back, we're going to head straight into the plenary 2 session, where we will be discussing how to unlock growth opportunities, bridging the last mile, leveraging infrastructure, technology, and talent within the within the fintech ecosystem. Thank you very much. So see you at 11:42.
In a rapidly changing global economy, knowledge has become a key differentiator. Knowledge is considered an asset, the source of competitive advantage and key to business success in today's dynamic and fast-paced world. FITC is a world-class innovation-led knowledge organization committed to leading the advance in knowledge content that are creatively designed to strengthen the Nigerian financial system. Through technology-driven capacity building and advisory solutions, FITC equips industry talent for optimum performance. Through a clear vision, strong values and quality people, FITC builds upon the success of our member firms, which are the Nigerian Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Commission, and all licensed banks in Nigeria. We continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge within our primary ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond the African frontiers. With a global focus, our innovative FITC e-learning and thought-leading programs permeate all continents of the world and top corporate organizations, impacting and shaping thoughts amongst C-suite executives, as well as senior and mid-level leadership. We create, curate, and disseminate knowledge solutions that support the strengthening of skills across sectors. In our FITC advisory portfolio, we equip leaders and companies with knowledge-based research, demonstrating our understanding of the complex business challenges they face. Also at the core of our advisory services is the development of cutting-edge strategies that convert opportunities into value, stimulate organizational growth, and improve overall business performance. Our culture of excellence mobilizes and binds our people together with shared purpose and values that define and reflect in everything we do. FITC, leading in knowledge through innovation and technology. Come journey with us. In a rapidly changing global economy, knowledge has become a key differentiator. Knowledge is considered an asset, the source of competitive advantage and key to business success in today's dynamic and fast-paced world. FITC is a world-class innovation-led knowledge organization committed to leading the advance in knowledge content that are creatively designed to strengthen the Nigerian financial system. Through technology-driven capacity building and advisory solutions, FITC equips industry talent for optimum performance. Through a clear vision, strong values and quality people, FITC builds upon the success of our member firms, which are the Nigerian Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Commission, and all licensed banks in Nigeria. We continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge within our primary ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond the African frontiers. With a global focus, our innovative FITC e-learning and thought-leading programs permeate all continents of the world and top corporate organizations, impacting and shaping thoughts amongst C-suite executives, as well as senior and mid-level leadership. We create, curate, and disseminate knowledge solutions that support the strengthening of skills across sectors. In our FITC advisory portfolio, we equip leaders and companies with knowledge-based research, demonstrating our understanding of the complex business challenges they face. Also at the core of our advisory services is the development of cutting-edge strategies that convert opportunities into value, stimulate organizational growth, and improve overall business performance. Our culture of excellence mobilizes and binds our people together with shared purpose and values that define and reflect in everything we do. FITC, leading in knowledge through innovation and technology. Come journey with us. In a rapidly changing global economy, knowledge has become a key differentiator. Knowledge is considered an asset, the source of competitive advantage and key to business success in today's dynamic and fast-paced world. FITC is a world-class innovation-led knowledge organization committed to leading the advance in knowledge content that are creatively designed to strengthen the Nigerian financial system. Through technology-driven capacity building and advisory solutions, FITC equips industry talent for optimum performance. Through a clear vision, strong values and quality people, FITC builds upon the success of our member firms, which are the Nigerian Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Commission, and all licensed banks in Nigeria. We continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge within our primary ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond the African frontiers. With a global focus, our innovative FITC e-learning and thought-leading programs permeate all continents of the world and top corporate organizations, impacting and shaping thoughts amongst C-suite executives, as well as senior and mid-level leadership. We create, curate, and disseminate knowledge solutions that support the strengthening of skills across sectors. In our FITC advisory portfolio, we equip leaders and companies with knowledge-based research, demonstrating our understanding of the complex business challenges they face. Also at the core of our advisory services is the development of cutting-edge strategies that convert opportunities into value, stimulate organizational growth, and improve overall business performance. Our culture of excellence mobilizes and binds our people together with shared purpose and values that define and reflect in everything we do. FITC, leading in knowledge through innovation and technology. Come journey with us. In a rapidly changing global economy, knowledge has become a key differentiator. Knowledge is considered an asset, the source of competitive advantage and key to business success in today's dynamic and fast-paced world. FITC is a world-class innovation-led knowledge organization committed to leading the advance in knowledge content that are creatively designed to strengthen the Nigerian financial system. Through technology-driven capacity building and advisory solutions, FITC equips industry talent for optimum performance. Through a clear vision, strong values and quality people, FITC builds upon the success of our member firms, which are the Nigerian Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Commission, and all licensed banks in Nigeria. We continue to expand the frontiers of knowledge within our primary ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond the African frontiers. With a global focus, our innovative FITC e-learning and thought-leading programs permeate all continents of the world and top corporate organizations, impacting and shaping thoughts amongst C-suite executives, as well as senior and mid-level leadership. We create, curate, and disseminate knowledge solutions that support the strengthening of skills across sectors. In our FITC advisory portfolio, we equip leaders and companies with knowledge-based research, demonstrating our understanding of the complex business challenges they face. Also at the core of our advisory services is the development of cutting-edge strategies that convert opportunities into value, stimulate organizational growth, and improve overall business performance. Our culture of excellence mobilizes and binds our people together with shared purpose.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I see someone's hands up. Do you have a question? I think that's Mike Namdi. Okay, please use the chat box. It's on. Okay.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, please, we can. Please, you have the floor.
Okay, so I was actually trying to respond earlier. I think it was the last presenter, I think Dr. Can't get, I remember the name, right? He said something, right? He argued that, would I say argue, right? He argued that it should be, I mean, for instance, the regulation of all these small companies or small fintechs should be proportionate and not the same way that you regulate other financial institutions or let me say banks, right? However, I think that was last week that we had an interaction. I think it's this FITC that someone from CBN came and spoke, and he actually responded to why, right? For instance, he said that CBN stance is that all participants in the financial ecosystem, regardless of the size, must meet a baseline of uniform standard, right? So the argument is that the financial system is interconnected, right? And a weak fintech, a payment processor or microfinance bank can serve as an attack vector that can, or entry point that can affect a larger institution, right? Through these API and shared services or interbank network. You agree with me that currently I've had some instances where, because of a vulnerability in a small payment processor or a fintech that has a connection with the bank that had led to several millions of loss. So my own this is that when he said that I should be proportionate, at the same time I feel that I buy into the CBN position that yes, there should be a baseline standard that, irrespective of the size of the fintech, whether it's just started today or this thing, for the fact that it has to do a kind of interconnection with these bigger banks, right? Because as I say, we are as strong as our weakest link. If this a fintech that's going to have an API this thing with a bank, let me say a tier one bank, and that can be a weak link that can now disrupt the whole financial ecosystem, right? Okay, so that's just what I wanted to say as respect to that, right? Yes, even if it's risk-based, but at the same time, it should meet a standard compliance requirement, right? All right, thank you. I don't know if I was audible. That was what I wanted to say.
Yes, Mike Namdi, thank you so much for that. We're very much audible, and I would say great insight from you. Thank you for sharing, and then we can keep the conversation moving. So you're very much welcome, everyone, back to the conference this year, the FITC TechNovation Conference 5.0. We've just concluded our first plenary session. We also had the opportunity to have the president of the FinTech Association grace us this morning with the keynote speak, and it was quite insightful and encouraging. That speak was very necessary for us to set the tone of the conversation as we proceed going forward. Now we are moving on to the second plenary session, and this session, the topic is unlocking growth opportunities, bridging the last mile, leveraging infrastructure, technology, and talent. For us to dive deeper rather into how Africa's fintech ecosystem can scale inclusively. I know there's been a lot of conversation around inclusivity within the fintech ecosystem, as it were, and just charting what the future would look like for us as Nigerians and of course Africa at large. This session would help, spotlight this conversation and shape the narrative going forward for everyone, whether it's regulators, enthusiasts, and of course users of the tools essentially. So to moderate this session, we would have the honor of Mr. Fego Okioma. Mr. Fego Okioma is the country manager, Newland MPT. And then we'll have our lead speaker, Mr. Henry Ibekia, the MD, Fair Money Microfinance Bank. And joining them would be our panelist, Mr. Sheung Onoyiga, MD, CEO, Investment Banking and Finance Experts, ACQ Managers, as well as Mr. Babawali John, Chief Technology Officer, Guarantee Trust Bank. Before I pass on the mic to our moderator, Mr. Fego, would like to have a quick photograph. Please, all our panelists, speakers, and conversationalists, please turn on your turn on your video so that we can take a quick picture. Technology, please do us the honors. It's important for us to keep memories, and at FITC, keeping memories is very paramount for us. Thank you. Okay, I believe it's a go. All right, Mr. Fego Okioma, you have the floor. Please take us away and drive the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hawa. And it's a pleasure to be here. Confirm you can hear me clearly so that I can get started.
Absolutely, Mr. Fego, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, if you're joining from China or Australia. It's a pleasure to be here again. I was here last year at the 4.0, and it's a pleasure to be here again at 5.0. And I must say that, again, I want to thank the FITC for this opportunity, and also your development partners like FinTech NGR for making these kind of platforms available where we can discuss real industry issues that can help scale, fintech within Nigeria and Africa at large. I have the honor of having some industry juggernauts, I like to call them, on this panel with me, and I'll just allow me introduce all of them quickly while we run through. I don't know if we have Mr. Babawali John now on the call, but if not, we'll just get started. I can't seem to see Okpe Olua Bitoye. Hi, Okpe, are you there? Not yet?
Hi, Mr. Fego. No, not yet. So we can proceed with the panel now. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. So we'll just get straight into the conversation very quickly. But the topic today before us is very, very interesting, one that is very, very dear to my heart, because when we say we are driving growth, the topic before us today is unlocking growth opportunities by leveraging technology, bridging the last mile, and also leveraging our technology and talent for that purpose, right? And this topic is very, very, very critical to the growth of payments and fintech really in Nigeria and Africa. I would like to start with Henry, because Henry works with a company that has done a lot of work in this space. And I'd like to throw it open, first of all, to Henry. So with what I'll say Fair Money has done generally, I know that you guys have done a lot in this space, driving financial inclusion, agency banking, merchants, even credits, right? According to 2025 GSMA mobile report, over 550 million Africans remain financially underserved, right? Despite mobile penetration, today we have lots of mobile apps here and there. Like Stanley Jacobs mentioned in the last forum, we have over 300 fintechs in Nigeria today, for example. So from your experience leading Fair Money's digital expansion across Nigeria, what scalable models or public-private partnerships do you think can effectively bridge this last mile of financial access for MSMEs and also rural consumers? I know you guys have done a lot of work in that space, but I'll just throw it open to you right now, Mr. Henry.
Thank you very much, Pego. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you can hear me clearly, Pego.
Loud and clear.
Beautiful, beautiful. Also, thank you very much. And I think that's a very good question. I think the first thing to point out is agree with you in terms of penetration, mobile penetration. The continent of Africa and Nigeria specifically have done a very, very good job. However, converting that into actual financial actual access to financial services, or what you may call general financial inclusion, there is still a long, long way to go, right? Fortunately, in some areas and sectors, we've seen progress. Payments, for example, we've seen significant progress. Credit, about the last 2-3 years, we've seen some progress as well. However, we still when we look at other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, in terms of the penetration for credit, for example, we're still hovering about the 3 to 4% mark, which is super, super low. And so I think that's the first points to make, right? But in terms of the actual models that we've seen and that can be deployed to work, and a lot of people, or at least Dr. Stanley mentioned one of this in his opening remarks. I think the agents or agency banking or agent network is a huge, huge channel, right? And in fact, the World Bank recognized this as one of the most impactful channels in driving financial inclusion across rural communities. I'll give you a simple example. I'm from a village in Delta State called Topala, right? I think my village, part of me, yeah, so let me do it. So if I look at 6, 7, 8 years ago when I would go to the village, right, for me to get funds or get cash, I literally would need to take a bus to go to Asaba, right? And then to go to a bank and use the ATM and withdraw cash. However, now I don't need to do that because all I need to do is work out and I see multiple agents and I can withdraw there, withdraw cash from there. And so that in itself is a huge, huge solution because if you also go deeper and look into data from EPINA, for example, and look at one of the reasons why people are still financially excluded. One of the major reasons they give you is transportation, right? Because they need to leave their current location, spend money, have cash to move from one location to another location to find the closest bank. So I think the agency model is something that is super, super useful. Another thing that I think is the second point that I would like to just mention is in terms of what some fintechs are doing to digitize some of the old processes that we have
right
with banks, right? So, for example, if I ask you, when was the last time you, or the last over 80 people that we have here, when was the last time you actually walked into a bank to carry out a service or function, right? You will find out that a good number of people will say, "Man, I've not been into a bank for a month or something," right? But several years ago, this was unheard of. And why is that the case? The case is because banks and fintechs and co have developed solutions where you can bank on your mobile and do everything that you want to do. But look, we're not necessarily reinventing the wheel. What we're doing is digitizing all processes that we have, right? So, for instance, for you to open an account, right, you need to carry out there needs to be some form of identity verification. Right? So before you go to the bank, they will ask you for this, ask you for that, with your ID card, passport photograph, and they'll see you and you'll be present. But imagine doing that for 100 million people, right? And so how do you do that at scale? And the need to digitize those actions and services. And this is something a lot of people are doing. And I think the third point I'll just make to wrap up is in terms of using alternative data to score people for credit. One of the issues that we found out when we started is in providing unsecured lending or just lending even to consumers, right? A lot of the people that were coming to us for loans had not accessed loans from a formal institution before, right? So they did not have any credit bureau history. So you needed to find alternative ways to rank and score the customers, and then bring them into the system and give them the first loan, put their details on the credit bureau so that they can now begin to build a credit history and a credit profile. So this is something, I think there are three major things that I would say in response to your question. So to summarize, I'll say the agency network, that model super useful. The second, the digitizing of historically traditional processes within the financial services. And then third, I would say alternative credit scoring models that helps us drive lending within the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Henry. I think this is a perfect point for you to segue into your presentation, because I think you already started hitting up all some of the points. But you can just quickly run that maybe in 5 minutes, and then we can just go to the other panelists if that's okay by you. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. If you just give me a second, I will I have I'll just go ahead and share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah. I think and I'll just run through a few of this very quickly, because as you said, I mentioned a few points. I think the first point that I wanted to make is so we've made some good progress in terms of financial inclusion over the last 10-15 years, when the Ministry of Finance and the CBN talked about creating some kind of plan in terms of financial inclusion. And so if you look in the so if you check this the chart on the right, and you see that the green continues to increase and continues to grow. So this shows progress and improvement in the number of people that you have backed, but you still have a huge 26% of people that don't have access to financial services as of 2023. And also just to point out, the northern region is really lagging behind in terms of financial inclusion. And so whilst we've made progress in the southern region of Nigeria, I think that there needs to be a different strategy to target the northern region with new products and things that may be more suited to them to improve financial inclusion, the financial inclusion gap that we see there. And I would just move very quickly, just to say very quickly, what you also seen in the last few years is that financial infrastructure has continued to scale. We have instances where payment transactions, I can't even pronounce the quadrillion. It's very, it's very significantly on an annual basis, and it's because of the work that a lot of people have put together. So people like NIBS, people like the CBN, then also different companies building specific infrastructure that supports the work that banks and financial technology companies and startups are doing. One of the things that you'd see is that also in terms of user experience um, and the value that the customer gets, this is also improving. And I'll give you a simple example. 5 years ago, for example, if you take an Uber or a Bolt or whatever, or a cab, right, and you get to the end and you say, okay, I want to do a transfer, you probably would say, get the feedback to say, okay, no, I don't take transfer. Give me my cash now because I want to see the money. Because you send me money and I don't get it because something, then you had a time when you had fake alerts, at the pin in Nigeria. Right? But what you have now is the institutions and the system have improved that service so much that a majority of the population you have confidence that if I pick up my phone and I do a transfer to you in the next few seconds, at most, you get it and you get an alert and you get that sound, ping, ping, to confirm that indeed this is the transaction has gone through. So there's a lot of work that's going on there, and this highlights the different policies and frameworks and an institution that is really helping drive this infrastructure. I'm happy. I believe that we can talk a bit more about this in the session. I would just end with this particular slide. So that the conversation can continue and we can hear other voices. I want to hear Mr. voice. I've not heard it in a long time. Generally, what we as fintechs try to do is we try to digitize processes that you already have. So, for example, the CBN requires you to carry out identity verification and address verification, right, for every customer. That is not going to change. So whether you are doing this using traditional models, right, or not, that is not going to change. Because there's a certain importance that has been assigned or ascribed to those particular activities in the KYC process. And from a regulatory standpoint, it is important. Even if there was no regulation, as a lender, it is important for you to do those verifications because if you take two people, one, you know where the person lives, the other, you don't know where the person lives, and you give two of them loan, assuming all other things remain, other factors remain, which of them, when you ask yourself which of them has a more likelihood of defaulting, the answer is very clear. Right? So regardless, the regulations require that you do that. So what we in a sense want to do is take the normal standard banking processes, right, and try to digitize it, because when you do that, you can scale and you can take this to the last mile, which is what we are here for, and which is the whole conversation about financial inclusion. So I used a simple example, an address verification. So by regulations, right, when you open an account, you are meant to find out where the person resides, right? And this is meant to be done physically, or well, historically used to be done physically. So it means you engage a firm, they will send a human being to go to the particular address. And so imagine if you needed to do this for 100 million people. That is not practical. And so what you have now is you have companies have thought through this, using technology and develop means, right, to digitally verify people's addresses. Right? And so in doing that, what you have is you can reach more people, you can verify with a certain degree of confidence because they're using geolocation, they're using AI to ensure that the, the success rates in determining where those people reside is very, very high. And then when you have this, you are also able to comply with the regulatory standards from an AML standpoint, from a KYC standpoint. And in fact, this is very, very key because fortunately, last week we got the news that Nigeria has been taken off the grey list from FATF, and a lot of people and regulators worked very hard to make this possible. So that is not going to change. So in creating this digital solution, we need to show and ensure that this complies with regulatory standards, and it's also from a credit standpoint for us as a lender, it's very clear that people with verified addresses are less likely to default versus people that don't have. Right? So for us, it's a no-brainer. Right? So generally, what am I saying? I'm saying that we're not reinventing the wheel. We are only just trying to digitize or improve the process or that you already have laid down, so that you can now take this and scale, right? And you can deploy this within the last month. I think I was also to further so we can others time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Henry. In fact, we can end the session now, honestly, because I think you have done an amazing job, giving a full summary of everything that we're supposed to discuss. But I'd like to take it up from your last point, where you mentioned technology as an enabler. The truth is that technology has been the major tool that has helped to bridge this gap, over the last couple of years. There's been a lot of changes within the industry. Some of the players, for example, NIBS recently changed their system, to accommodate even more traffic, like they are preparing for the scale that the industry is expected to achieve in the next couple of years, right? But you would also agree with me that aside technology, one of the major drivers of this change is finance. And that's where I'll hand it over to Segun now. Segun, I'm coming to you because of the work that Segun, I apologize, for the work that you all do at ACQ Partners. Now, according to the African Development Bank, the African Development Bank report estimates that 100 billion naira annual gap in Africa's digital infrastructure financing, right? What innovative capital structures, like maybe a blended finance from like maybe debt to equity or some things like that, or what infrastructure bonds or PPPs do you think, right, can help to accelerate investments, and payments, connectivity to underserved regions? I dare say Nigeria, right? Last week, there was a major announcement. One of the major players within the ecosystem in Nigeria raised a significant amount, but those are one-offs, right? What kind of structures, capital structures, do you think we can leverage to further drive down this conversation here in Nigeria? Over to you, Shehu.
Thank you, Fego. And thanks to the FITC team for organizing this and having me be here. I think for me, when we talk about Africa's, and that figure is not naira, it's dollars. When we talk about the $100 billion annual digital infrastructure financing gap, the first instinct is usually to assume that it's a capital problem. But from our perspective, and we see this firsthand in many of the transactions that we try to structure, is that it's more often than not a structuring problem. Capital is there. What we lack is oftentimes risk alignment, bankable project preparation, and the predictability of revenue models. So in other words, on that point, I see it more as a structuring problem and not so much of a capital scarcity problem. You mentioned a couple of funding models, blended financing, PPPs, and so on and so forth. I think those frameworks already exist, and they're already working in several markets, including Nigeria. And if I could just spend a bit more time to sort of touch on those three that you mentioned. Blended financing essentially is just a way to decompose risk and assign it to the party that is best positioned to carry it. So we would have your typical development finance institutions, like the AFDB, the IFCs, the AFCs, who can take early stage catalytic risk. In the past, they didn't used to do this, but now they've realized how a lot of the challenges that projects face, whether it's even in the financial inclusion ecosystem or in other spaces, what they often lack is that catalytic capital to develop the project and prove its concept. Then you now have people like the local pension funds, and insurance portfolios who by virtue of what they are there to do to protect the long-term future and capital needs of pensioners or people when they retire. It's capital that oftentimes does not have an immediate need from contribution, but it's to be utilized further down in the future. Those kinds of financiers like long-term yielding opportunities or projects. And then you have other people like, your private equity funds, your VC funds, who have different funding motivations. And some of them are there to provide management with, stability and execution capacity. The summary of this is that blended financing is a model that is essentially one that solves for first loss, one that solves for the hybrid that is required, and the one that is also solves for the long-term nature of project success. And this can be applied to digital infrastructure, because we've seen it applied to, transport space, we've seen it applied to energy space, and the same thing can be replicated. A good example is the AFC recently led a digital infrastructure financing platform that uses DFI junior capital to crowd in Nigerian pension funds voluntarily without coercion. And this returns that they expect to get, will become fully de-risked and will provide a lot of credit enhancements for others to come into the play. So in our view, this is how you unlock tens of billions to go into solving that digital financing problem. Another approach is using things like infrastructure bonds, right? You could leverage and because this is something that we do not utilize properly on the continent. I think one of African Nigeria's underutilized advantages is our use of local liquidity. Our pension funds alone, they control or they have over 18 trillion naira as at the last time I checked in assets. A lot of what they put their money into is in short-term instruments. A lot of what they put their money into is into securities. I think what they will tell us sometimes is that it's a lack of supply. They don't have projects that would sort of match what they need, which is longer tenured investment grade instruments. So for me, if we can structure credit enhanced digital infrastructure bonds, whether they get a wrap from the likes of an InfraCredit or any other credit enhancement agency, if you can structure projects that have revenue streams, in digital space, it could be from fiber leasing, tower rentals, wholesale data centers. Those projects, when structured in such an efficient way and that have all these two components, it will allow, us attract Naira capital to fund Naira infrastructure in the digital space. And thereby you can always reduce, currency mismatch that could arise from when you're getting, foreign currency to solve some of the, digital infrastructure problems that we need to solve. But you're mostly going to be earning local capital or Naira capital to pursue that growth or settle those obligations if they're in debt format. Like I mentioned earlier, these things have been done successfully. They are here. It's been done in energy space. There's no reason why digital rails cannot be added to solutions that these capital structures provide. So for me, the question is not so much, where can or where will the $100 billion come from? I see it more as, are we willing to structure projects, digital infrastructure projects, in ways that allocate risk responsibly, that enable patient capital, and that will reward efficient operators? When we are able to align those three, I think capital will flow naturally. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. That was like a lot of insights, because most times, like you rightly mentioned, the idea, most people just say, oh, there's no access to capital or for some reason. However, you've brought in a different angle to this, and I really appreciate your insights. And now, so we'll do a further deep dive into this conversation. I think we have set the stage and, we have laid the foundation for this conversation. So in the light of everything that we've mentioned, how can technology, finance, leverage or help to scale the growth of, of bridging the gap in the last mile? Now, I think we'll go into the next set of questions, and I don't know if it's okay, Sharon, if you don't mind, I come back to you for this one. I'll just throw this open to you. According to World Bank's Digital Finance Report in 2024, the report highlights that policy fragmentation remains a deterrent to fintech investment. So policy, I remember when Dr. Stanley Jacobs was speaking earlier, how policy and innovation can co-create together. They have to work together, right? So how can investors, regulators, and operators collaborate to establish coherent frameworks that balance innovation, risk, and sustainable financial returns? How do you see that convergence? I mean, your opinion and from where you guys sit.
Yeah, thanks. I think, it's very, we can't underestimate its importance. One thing I always say is that, when we have policy fragmentation, it's almost like a hidden tax, a silent tax on innovation. It increases, operational friction for people who are operators and in the market. Increase the cost of compliance. It ultimately increases the cost of capital. Payment framework or lending framework regulators, it more or less inflates the cost of capital, and not necessarily because it's too ambiguous for investors to understand, but investors like to they would like to price that uncertainty in whatever it is that they're giving you in any funding model that you want to adopt. And how do we solve it? I think one is to have more institutionalized public-private dialogue, not necessarily some ad hoc consultations that we see happen from time to time. What I would say is that in the last 2 to 3 years, there's been a lot more engagement and partnership between regulators and many of the operators I think in the past we felt the nexus happen. Too many times we had, investors reach out to us, either because they've just invested in a venture, in a project, and they see some sort of policy that comes out, and there's some upheaval, and they're wondering and wanting us to explain what it means and how it impacts them, and whether they should just pull out and start to rethink other markets. But I think things have not just stabilized. I think we've seen an increased um, partnership from both sides, from both the regulators and the operators. So that's one way to, try and solve that problem. When that approach becomes more institutionalized, you know, have an approach whereby there's a lot of industry consultation, in drafting laws, because a lot of innovation governance comes from co-creation, right? If the way you can govern innovators is when you both come together and co-create. And I think Nigeria is making a lot of progress, and is probably leading the charge in the African market in this regard. We have so many bodies, working groups, associations that work collaboratively with the regulators, in this case, the central bank. So I would just say this model, needs to be deepened, and it needs to be replicated, across the various verticals that people operate across. It's very strong on the banking side. It should be just replicated across, whether it's credit reporting, whether it's, payments, all the different important verticals that, need each other to work together to make the ecosystem very successful. When operators help shape frameworks, regulation becomes easily implementable rather than it being aspirational. The other thing is, I would say is, and it kind of is tied to the first point, if we have regulatory sandboxes, and we do have them, right? We have these things. A market outside Nigeria, Ghana has, a sandbox process that has been very successful. It's resulted in very clear mobile money penetration guidelines, and that transparency in how the sandbox was built, is unlocked investor confidence, and we've seen quite a number of capital flow into what they are doing in the mobile money space in Ghana, which, everybody has seen its success in Kenya, and I'd be wondering which other market would sort of embrace it and be the next frontier on the continent. And that's something that's happened in a market like Ghana that is very good. Nigeria has its own regulatory sandbox. I think we launched ours in 2021. I think this, and it became it became operational in 2023. Some people have spoken about its limitations or some of the challenges they've had with it, but I know those things have been addressed. I know they mentioned about the slow implementation timeframe it took them to get things going. I think they had mentioned the annual cohort model, where I think there was a decision to only accept one cohort of participants per year. I think there were coordination issues, but a lot of that, I understand is being fixed, and has been addressed in the Payment Systems Vision 2025. So that's something that we expect, that we hope again will continue to solve this whole dialogue and conversation around policy fragmentation. And I think once there's also a key important thing is regional alignment. I think too many times, if you look at other markets, there's some semblance of homogeneity in how they operate, just so you can achieve scale. The North American market is big in and of itself, same with the Asian market. Europe has the EU to help drive many of the things that help and interconnectivity and help players achieve a certain amount of scale. I think in a market like ours, where size, not just size, but also the real addressable market is not as large as the call it maybe size of the population. If we can have, which is what technology should aid in any case, if we can have invisible borders that could help broaden addressable markets, it will go a long way in helping us harmonize things. PAPS is doing a fantastic job as it relates to cross-border settlement framework. I know Smart Africa's interoperable digital ID is something that's supposed to help as well. I think once we can have these sort of harmonizations happen, we'll see capital flowing faster, because then scale becomes a lot more realistic. So I think I'll just close by saying, regulation really is not an enemy of innovation. I think unpredictable regulation is what people have challenges with. And once we can have or make our rules clear, consistent, and scalable, again, it helps the process of attracting capital and attracting it in the right quantum.
Sean, thank you
Thanks.
so much. That's a very, very, very interesting part that you've brought, listing some of the work that AFTCA, PAPS, some of the things that they're doing currently to bridge this gap across Africa. I think it's really critical what you've mentioned. But if we bring it back home, because Henry, I know they've been solving real challenges within their space, right? I'd like to ask Henry a very interesting question. How do you think, again, someone mentioned at the earlier panel, how banks and fintechs need to collaborate, to work in this drive for financial inclusion. I wanted to ask Henry, how do you think fintechs and banks can co-invest in shared digital infrastructure, of course, to reduce some transaction friction, of course, improve uptime, reliability, availability, and support nationwide financial inclusion and economic inclusion? How do you see that happening? What levels of collaboration do you think? There's a lot of that going on right now. There's a lot of collaborative efforts, some of which are being driven by FinTech NGR, the Committee of E-Business Heads here and there. But what other things do you think, what other forms of collaborative effort do you think the banks and fintechs can bring together to unlock some of these things?
Thank you very much. I think the collaboration is something that is super,
Harry,
super.
sorry, Harry. Can we try and keep it as quick as possible? I think we're running out of time.
Oh,
So
sure,
let's
sure,
just
sure.
we still have some questions to go so that we can take questions at the end of this session. Thank you, Henry.
All right, fine. So just very quickly, I think it's super important to collaborate. I'll give you a very simple example. When telco started, right, all the telcos were building their own base stations and stuff, and their own masts and the likes, until some point when they found out that it was just crazy, and within a small area you have MTN mast, Airtel mast, and they told them like for some reason I failed to remember, right? And then they started this co-location arrangement, which was something that really, really improved penetration and access of that infrastructure within the company, so within the country, I mean to say. I think that model is something that we have to replicate. I know you mentioned a few people, but there are certain areas or aspects where this is super important. An example really is fraud, right? Fraud is something that affects the entire ecosystem. And it's something where it hardly attacks just one person, right? It attacks one person, and then you have more or less secondary collateral damage, if I'll call it that way. And so, in instances like that, institutions and organizations need to come together to really come up with a clear strategy to fight. And so NIBS, I know, have done something significant in that area. but there's still a lot more collaboration that is needed there. And the example I gave earlier about KYC and identity verification, I think also is something important, because if you have a situation where we are able to pool resources to provide those kind of services, then smaller startups and companies can key in and easily tap into those services, so that it's not just a situation where only the big players can afford that, right? So I think I think those are two, in the interest of time, those are two areas where I would just that I'll mention, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I really agree with you, Henry, for some of the things that you've mentioned. For me, I know that infrastructure, availability of infrastructure can help to provide a pathway, to all of this innovation that we're talking about here. But the most important thing, as much as technology is driving innovation, availability of infrastructure, and I know some of the big players within the ecosystem today, in addition to what they're currently doing, have also moved to some infrastructure play, where they can provide services to smaller players and also achieve same results like they would like to achieve in the drive for economic inclusion and financial inclusion. We're making real good progress, and I like the way this conversation is flowing and the different views and angles that Harry and Shenwa are bringing to this very interesting conversation. But we'll go to one very critical part of this conversation, which is forward-looking. If you have all the technology, you have all the finance, but you need the right people to drive these things, if you agree with me, right? Technology, having the right technology, having the right finance structure, whether it's blended or any other form of financing models. If you have the wrong set of people to execute these things, then we will go back to where we're coming from. The reason why the industry or the Nigerian market generally has achieved what it has, it is because certain people decided to take initiatives in certain aspects, working directly with the regulators to drive these initiatives, right? And so we'll go to the last part of this panel session, which talks about building resilience through people, policy, and trust. So again, the people are at the heart of all of this. Harry, I'd like to ask you a very interesting question, because, of course, you do a lot of work at your organization, and that means you have to work with a lot of people, right? So I'd like to ask you, how do you think the fintech ecosystem can build a sustainable talent pipeline now, like across board? I know there was a time we had a large glut of developers. Oh, everybody was a developer. Then we had shortage in skills like data science, data analysis. Then now, some people are like, product management. How do we strike that balance? How do you think we can build a sustainable talent pipeline in the wave of, like Tommy mentioned in the last session, TechNation, Jackpot syndrome? How do you think we can build a sustainable talent pipeline in the Nigerian fintech ecosystem?
Okay, I think that's an interesting question, right? And also because the talent that we even have, you're not competing
globally.
Exactly, with global players for that talent, right? So it's a bit of an interesting one. I think that the first thing we need to do is create a buzz or level of interest, right, in these fields that you have mentioned. And I think to an extent you can argue, right, that there already is interest in fintech and startup. People want to be developers, people want to be primarily developers, right? Product managers, right? But there are other aspects of data science, data analysis, business analysis, and even sales, right? That will be required. So we need to create that buzz and that something to attract people to say, okay, there is more or less there is a market, quote unquote, or there is a need for these types of people. So that's the first thing. And then second, I think we need to go deeper down value chain, right? So we need to go to primary schools, to secondary schools, right, and start to reach these different fields to these people, start to create programs, right, that these people can tie into and begin to develop skills from a very, very young age, right? Because what we have is people graduate, and then after the graduate, they now start to build skills for for tech. And again, that works, but the needs that we have now, and where we can even use this as a global competitive advantages, this humongous number of people that we have in this country. If we can start early, identify very strong and smart people, which we have in abundance, and begin to train them, have programs for them that exposes them to different things and sandboxes and co, and make them build products at a young age, right? And so that when they get into their early 20s and co, they can easily form a pipeline and
Right.
go to any startup, any fintech, or any company. So I think that's something that needs to happen in my view.
You hit the nail on the head, because that's one of the things I was going to mention at my own part of the conversation, and I think I'll just go straight into that. This is actually a challenge to the entire industry. Again, this will be a public-private partnership for this to happen. We can't leave this alone to the government. I know that FinTech NGR as a body has been doing a lot of work in that regard. I also know that there are some universities in Nigeria, for example, that have started offering courses like BSc FinTech, just as an example. But no, it goes beyond FinTech. The truth is that talent development has to start early, like you rightly mentioned. They have to be trained with the right set of skill sets early enough, so that by the time they're coming into the market, we already have very strong, I'll say strong hands that are employable from day one into the talent pool. I'll just go to Sheon very quickly, because I think Henry did a very good job in addressing that point. But Sheon, this part is slightly, it's similar, but now coming from the regulatory part of the conversation. Okay. How do you think fintechs can strengthen governance? I know this topic is a very touchy topic when we bring it to fintech forums like this. How do you think we can structure governance, ESG performance, and leadership capacity to attract long-term impact-oriented capital? Before you go into it, I know you in that space, you must have seen a lot. In the last, I was reading a headline on the newspaper a few days ago, and it says, the fintech funeral, another fintech bites the dust. So it was very interesting when I read that, and I was like, wow. So it says, what are investors saying about this? Oh, every day on the news, you're seeing one new fintech that has closed down. After the fintech boom between post-COVID till now, we've had several other fintechs just close down. And we've seen some cases where some founders were probably irresponsible with the capital that they were given, to scale their businesses. So how do you think fintechs can strengthen their governance and attract long-term capital? How do you think that can happen, Sean?
Thanks again, Fego. No, I think you're absolutely right and spot on. I think firstly, there has been a shift in how a lot of investors evaluate fintechs. I think the old playbook was show me growth and I'll fund you. The new playbook is now show me governance, show me risk disciplines, show me sustainability, leadership maturity, and then we can then discuss growth. And I think that shift is rational, because governance is not, bureaucracy. It's a sign of stability. And whilst in the past, people want to see how fast you can get to, 10x revenue, or triple your revenues, or go 10 times your revenue in a short amount of time. They've realized that, all of that can be destroyed without having the right governance structures and frameworks in place. So now, investors, what do they look for? A lot of them look for, entities, institutions that have financial controls, very strong ones, that have robust internal audit systems, and depending on the maturity of the organization, those that have some sort of board independence. Good governance is not necessarily an overhead. It's an accelerant, and I think people see this and understand the value right now. Certainly, investors do. It's interesting that more often than not, what we're seeing is you are almost having to get the founders or the sponsors to buy into this, right? And I think it's important and is very needed in the industry and the ecosystem. A few years ago, we had one of the big players or operators in the market go through its own challenges, and having raised a number of capital over or prior to that, and it was essentially shut out of the market for some time. But when it strengthened its governance, introduced independent directors, had new compliance frameworks, investor confidence began to return to them. The other part is, when we talk about governance, the next theme that is very important to investors is really things around ESG. Sounds so cliche, but it's still very, very important. A number of investors would always ask those questions, and not just for storytelling purposes or for CSR purposes. They really want to see how or how you take and implement ESG into the entire business model. How do you introduce or have diversity in decision-making roles? How do you what standards or data privacy standards do you have such that you don't want your customers or clients coming to put all sorts of litigation in front of you in terms of how you've managed their data and all sorts of things like that. Some will go as far as things around climate footprint per transaction. And a lot of investors often reference, I've certainly heard a number of investors reference a South African banking institution, time sort of like a neobank, Time Bank, and how they report their sustainability metrics alongside financial performance. And that has helped them unlock a lot of European impact aligned capital. And they're a very good reference points. People use them, and if our audience, anyone in the audience that are on the call could go look at what they do in terms of reporting. That is often a good yardstick or measures that they often use. And the other one is even talent around governance. So often investors now often tell us.
Sorry, Cheryl. We need to. I think we're exactly 1 hour into our session, and so we need to start wrapping up. So before we take the last,
I'll wrap up shortly. So fintechs cannot scale with just having a brilliant founder and a brilliant CTO. In the past, a lot of people would ask, "What's the size of your product team and technical team, and what's the size of your non-technical?" With an emphasis being placed on the technical team. Now they know that if you don't have a CFO, you don't have a compliance lead, you don't have a risk officer, it becomes just as challenging to attract capital. So scaling requires leadership as well, institutional grade leadership. And I think for me, my closing thoughts will be, investors are not just backing innovation, they're backing integrity, discipline, and leadership maturity. And when governance, ESG, alignment and talent depth intersect, again, the conversation around capital becomes infinitely a lot easier to have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheung. Honestly, I really love the energy that Henry and Sheung have brought to this conversation. I dare say this has been a really, really engaging discussion. Thank you for your time. So right now, we just go through one last final word from Henry and Sheung. 1 minute, quick fire. Last words, just wrap it all up together, and then we can wrap up this session. So Henry, your time starts now. 30 seconds if possible.
All right, I'll do it shorter. I think that overall to really to really bridge or reach the last mile. We need a combination of things: the right policy, the right operators, with the right strategy, the right products, the right technology, and the right collaboration. I think doing this will drive the growth that we want to see. And then finally, I think it's important that we need to do a lot more with awareness building. And I think this is something that every player needs to come together. Though I think doing this individually doesn't help strengthen the message, right? So imagine that you needed to do some fraud awareness and you're doing it individually. These companies come together and put some funds together and push the awareness. It will be much impactful and the reach will be more significant. Right? So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks FITC for the invitation.
Thank you so much, Henry. Thanks for a fantastic job you're also doing at Fair Money. Well done on that. Over to you, Sheung. Quick fire, 30 seconds, so that we can wrap this up.
Thanks. I think my one message I would like to leave us here with is that, we have a coordination problem, less so much of a capital problem. Capital is available, technology exists, talent is emerging. What really determines how fast and how far we progress is how well we can align these three. In terms of, how we structure digital infrastructure with the right risk-sharing models, if we build a strong regulatory environment that works alongside in a very collaborative way, and that is predictable, again, our innovation will scale. And lastly, coordination between policymakers, investors and innovators, and the talent, it would all work for all of us in the long run, and that's what we need to try and achieve together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you so much, Henry. In fact, you guys did justice to this entire conversation, even if some other panelists who were supposed to be here didn't join, but you guys still touched on even things that they were supposed to handle. I think as we leave here today, for the panelists and even for other people on this call, what is very important to note is that bridging the last mile starts with every one of us in our individual spheres, wherever we find ourselves, whether on the FITC side, where you're training talent for the industry, or fintech engineer, where you're driving change, or even in your individual companies as banks. This particular growth drive that we're all on starts with every one of us from where we are. So we must continue to collaborate. I think we've heard a lot of that today. We must continue to innovate and, most importantly, invest in the next generation of people who are coming into this space. Thank you all for your time. It was a pleasure hosting this session. Thank you, FITC, and thank you for having me today. Thank you very much. Over to you, Power.
Wow. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Fego. Thank you to our esteemed panelists. This conversation has been very rich, thought-provoking, and of course has helped us, reshape our mind as we chart the future forward. Before we bring this to a close, we have a couple questions in the comment box, and I will just be reading them out so that we can do justice to them essentially. So one question says, what leadership qualities do you think can define the next generation of fintech founders and ecosystem enablers in Africa? So that's the first question. I'll pass the mic on to you, Mr. Fego. Would you want to pass that question on to before we come up with second one?
Okay, so I was thinking you wanted to take all the questions. Okay, we'll just take them one after the other.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so I think I'll drop 1 cent and I'll hand it over to Henry
Okay.
for a particular question. What leadership qualities? There's one quality which I think is super critical. The first one is integrity. It's one thing to say, oh, I'm building an app that is like Uber, but it's for Suya. You understand what I mean? Everybody has one nice idea here and there. But after you receive the funds, you have a beautiful pitch deck, you've gone to your investors, raised funds, angel investors, then the next minute you squander the funds. You must have integrity, you must have grit, you must have some form of diligence for you to be able to scale, so which is something that's very critical. Henry, very quickly over to you, what you think, what leadership qualities do you think fintech founders in the ecosystem can have? very quickly.
So I think you took the second thing you mentioned, which was great, right? I think that goes without saying. For you to survive in this market, you need to have a staying power. You need to push and push ahead because things will come, whether it's regulation, whether it's just operational stuff like that. You have issues, and you need to have the grit to push through. So I think that on top of integrity, that's the second thing.
Okay, thank you, Henry. So I think we can move to the next question. Maybe I can just quickly read Howard so that we can move very quickly.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
So I think the next question will be, Sheon, I think you can take this very quickly. It says many fintechs still struggle to reach rural and informal populations due to weak connectivity, low digital literacy, and high transaction costs. What practical steps can regulators, telcos, and fintech take together to bridge this access gap sustainably? Just quick answer, and I think we can move. Is Sheon still on the call?
I'm on the call, though I need to run. But I think the 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 market will eventually get there. I think it's only natural for, when businesses start operations and are trying to solve a problem, the natural inkling is to first, or to pivot to the market that is ready and the market that is, able to service the business model and able to make that solution viable. And as that is done over time, scale then becomes important because ultimately one needs to be able to ensure that they're not operating at a loss. They can go and service the markets that can sustain their operations and can then support subsidizing other markets that may not necessarily be profitable or contribute to the overall unit economics, as opposed to starting off from those markets and then trying to transition into, because what is clear is that some of those markets, may not be profitable, but they can only serve those markets when they have been able to capture the market that is, or the market segment that is profitable and that can support them extending those services to the parts of the rural areas. I think increasingly, in the days of the hard brick and mortar approach towards financial inclusion and financial services, it was extremely difficult just because of the legacy costs, the huge costs that it would take to, whether it was form of setting up branches and so on and so forth. Now the business models exist that make that approach to service the markets dynamic. What a lot of fintechs have done is to first serve and attack the markets that have proven that the model works, that have proven that they can make money for it, that have given them sufficient monies and capital to be able to then expand into the rural markets where, like I mentioned earlier, there might still be some self-subsidies that will be in play. But they'll get there. I think ultimately anything that contributes and gives any business incremental revenue, whether or not it's in and of itself, gives you positive unit economics, will still become attractive in the long run.
Thank you so much, Jill. I think we're out of time, but I'll just take one last question. We have so many questions, but I think I'll take this one because Henry has answered some on the chat box. But this question, I think we didn't speak about this at all, and that's why I really want to take this question about security. So Mike Namdi says security has been seen as an afterthought or compliance checkbox. How can we make security truly appreciated in fintechs, not seen as an obstacle to innovation, but as a foundation for sustainable growth? Henry, over to you quickly, then we can wrap this up.
Can you read that again, please?
Okay, so security, talking about security in fintech being an afterthought. A lot of people have seen security, fraud, all of those things as an afterthought or a compliance checkbox. It says, how can we make security mainstream? How can we make it the main focus of part of the things that we do when we build our products, and as a foundation for sustainable growth?
Well, if you're taking it as an afterthought, then it means that you're already prepared to die. Right? It means you're prepared to die. Right? So I think it goes without saying, like, look, if you if you've seen some of the instances of fraud that have happened in the market, you would know that security, you will know that transaction monitoring, onboarding, you know that those things are super important for you to do it from an operational standpoint, right? And so if there are fintechs that are not taking this seriously, then they're not planning to be here for a long time. So it really is just it's a culture thing and it's a process thing. But if you don't have that mindset, then really and truly, you don't plan to be here for long, because fraud can kill you, and it can kill you. Whatever it is that you think you've built in years can be gone within minutes. So and the regulator is, so if you are now a regulated entity, the regulator is even shining some more light or focus on this, and they're giving everybody a minimum standard that you must meet in terms of security, in terms of cyber security, in terms of fraud monitoring and fraud management, and in terms of reporting, just to ensure that the ecosystem is strong. Because of course, if when frauds happen and stuff happens, it also affects the entire ecosystem. So even if it happens with one institution, chances are the proceeds dissipated to different institutions, and that can also come with its own hassle. So the regulator is big on this, and they've set some minimum standards that everybody must meet. I know that some of the tools are expensive, and that's where I think that some collaboration could in those. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Henry. Just wrapping this up, I know that when the president of the FinTech NGR spoke earlier, Dr. Stanley Jacobs, he mentioned the regulators forum, which the FinTech NGR and the regulators come together to forge a pathway for the industry in this regard. So, Henry, I dare say, like Henry had mentioned, that there are minimum standards already that the industry is setting to drive this particular part. So security, so far, is no longer an afterthought. But like we all know, the way technology is evolving, the guys of the underworld are also evolving. So this means that we need to continue strengthening our fraud practices. Every form of security has to be tightened as much as possible. And with the help of AI and new technologies, I believe that these things will continue, to improve, even as everyone is working collaboratively to achieve this. So thank you very much again, everyone, for joining this session. It was a pleasure hosting, and looking forward to seeing you all at FinTech 6.0. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fego, for that wonderful session. Thank you to all our panelists for joining in and shaping the narrative of the conversation. Again, the topic of this plenary session is unlocking growth opportunities, bridging the last mile, leveraging infrastructure, technology, and talent. I know that this plenary session focuses on innovation meeting execution, but a lot of conversation has been drawn to spotlighting the importance of collaboration within the ecosystem and across all key stakeholders. And I also know that some conversation has happened around optimizing innovation for inclusive execution. This was something that Mr. Sean Onayiga highlighted in some of the conversations that we've had. Up next, and very thank you to, again, our audience who have been making this session very, very engaging with their insightful questions, contributions, and also just being here with us, FITC, as we shape the future of FinTech ecosystem going forward. Next up is our third plenary session. And before we go into that, we also again like to call on technology to share the agenda so that everyone is fully abreast of the expectation of this session. We also keep encouraging our audience to please engage in the session. Please feel free to post on all your social media platforms and tag at FITC Nigeria on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Facebook, your WhatsApp channels, your WhatsApp group. Just make sure that everyone is very much aware of the conversations that we are having here today as we are shaping the future of financial technology within the financial service sector and beyond. Over to you, Victor. Take us away from there.
Right. Thank you very much. And thank you, Fego, for that wonderful session. And thank you to everyone who has asked questions. I know that some of the questions we were not able to take, but in the course of the conversation, some of these things were addressed. And hopefully you are satisfied with that. And to our panelists, we are very much grateful for your time and sharing your insight in this conversation. That session truly captured how innovation, infrastructure, and talent must align to bridge the last mile and accelerate Africa's fintech growth story. Right.
Right. As we move forward, we are going to turn our focus now to the frameworks that make all of this possible, the rules, the structures, the policies that enable innovation to thrive sustainably.
That's correct, which is why our next plenary session themed Architects of the Future, Reimagining Regulation to Catalyze Ecosystem-Wide Growth, will bring together thought leaders and regulators shaping the next phase of Africa's fintech evolution.
All right. This session promises to examine how smart regulation, adaptive governance, and cross-border collaboration can unlock innovation, protect our consumers, and strengthen investor confidence across the continent's digital economy.
That's correct. So if you have noticed, the conversation has since been touching around regulation and the players within the fintech ecosystem. So I believe, and this is to all our participants as always, please stay engaged, drop your thoughts in the chat, and send in your questions through the Q&A tab. You can see the Q&A tab on your screen. Please send in your questions through there, or you can also send it through the chat box. Right? Let's keep the conversation very vibrant as we dive into this critical dialogue. This is very critical because I know for a fact that the FinTech president, the FinTech Association of Nigeria's president, Dr. Stanley, had hinted around the regulation, the relationship that must exist between the regulators and the players. And also in this very last panel, there was also the conversation around that area also. So let's ensure to stay very connected to this conversation. And like Hawa had said, kindly share across your social media platforms. We want people, we don't want to, let me put it like this, we don't want to disenfranchise people from the information that is coming out from this particular platform. All right, so but to take us through the opening presentation for this critical session, permit me to welcome Peter Okodian. Peter Okodian is representing Mr. Taiwo Jordan, the MD CEO of Axiom Microfinance Bank. Peter, thank you so much for joining us today. And to moderate the session after Peter's opening is Barrister Lazarus Carlo. Barrister Lazarus Carlo is a Senior Associate Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Practice at AELEX. All right. Barrister Carlo is going to introduce the panelists. I will let him do that honors. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Peter, over to you, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let me share this slide. Good afternoon again. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, innovators, partners in progress. It's a privilege to join the 5th FITC TechNovation Conference. For me, this is my second. It's a conference where ideas meet policy and financial future is shaped in real time. Like Victor rightly said,
I'll be representing Mr. Taiwo Joda. My name is Peter Cordion. I head the strategy and business transformation at Asion Microfinance Bank. Taiwo sends his warm regards. Regrettably, he is unable to join us live today. And I'm going to be speaking on share his perspectives on the topic, Architects of the Future, Reimagining Regulation to Catalyze Ecosystem-Wide Growth. I will dwell a little bit on the regulatory evolution. We've seen like 3 eras. But before I even go ahead, I would like to say that regulation shouldn't stop innovation. Regulation shouldn't stop innovation. Actually, it should shape it so good. It should shape it so that good ideas can reach people safely. So talking about the 3 eras, over the years, we've seen things move from control to catalyst. So the first era, talking about control, there is dominated by what you hear. You always hear no by default, prescriptive rules. Innovators had to wait for permission. That was in the first era. Then in the second era, that's the era of compliance. We experienced better audits, reporting, but innovations and supervision ran in separate tracks. So fintechs and firms had to wait. They first had to build, then later the regulators will come and check later. But in the third era, what we've seen more of collaboration, which will tag the era of collaboration. In that era, which we currently are experiencing, what we've seen is that regulators and innovators, they co-create in real time under clear guidelines. Things like, then you start getting things like risk-based supervision, which focuses more on the risks that are highest. No one size fits all. Then sandboxes, safe time boxes with trials with real users and limits. Then we'll move towards things like shared data standards and APIs, common rails for interoperability and for easy oversight. So why this matters? It ensures faster, safe launch, easier issue detection that is on time, early issue detection on time, and of course, broader inclusion. So what we need to do first is to define the if. We have to define the clear guardrails, measurable risk limits, tight feedback loops, and to move faster. So we'll talk about the African fintech frontiers. If you notice, across Africa, fintech today stands out very successful. We have over 600, it will interest you to know that we have over 600 plus fintechs, billions in investment. Of course, millions of people have been reached. But yet, the World Bank report, a recent report, 2025, reports that approximately 70% of regulators still grapple with keeping pace with innovation, with the changes and everything. So the shift is clear from policing to partnering, a collaborative, corrective posture, which is exactly what is going to be unlocked in the next impact. But the bottom line is clear. Our regulators are not anymore sitting at the sideline. They are now shaping the fate. So some of the statistics which I wanted to share with us here today, just in 2024, we had fintech funding over 4.2 billion. That's according to the Pratech Africa report. Fintech now accounts for 60% of startup investments in the continent. And we also have seen that in the first half of 2025, African FinTech have raised a total sum of about $638 million, accounting for over 45% of the total funding. So as we continue this conversation, we will have to see ways of more neat collaboration. But I would like to share from our experience at ASEAN Microfinance Bank, which is a financial institution. Over the past 20 years, we've lived and we've experienced regulated innovation in action. Let me talk a little bit about our journey. In 2017, 2018, when we started our digital transformation journey. So that's ASEAN have been, by the way, ASEAN have been in operation since 2007. That's almost 20 years. For almost 20 years, we've been able to balance prudence and progress. When we started our digital transformation journey, as at then, they talk about unbankable customers. But what we've done, we've been able to bank customers that were once seen as unbankable customers, leveraging our multi-channel strategic approach. At ASEAN today, we've got over 74 branches spread across 14 states in Nigeria, but we've also leveraged our digital touch points. Right now, we have the mobile, the USSD, the agency banking, POS, WhatsApp banking, and an extensive workforce food soldier. So what we're doing, we're blending both tech and touch. But it is worth mentioning that despite the spread across Nigeria, despite the spread and our fast-paced innovation, we've always collaborated very well with CIBN, with CBN, with NDIC, and other regulators. So our work with CBN and NDIC shows that it's possible to for regulated institutions to be test beds for innovation, not just obstacle. So innovation should be supervised, not stifled. No, it shouldn't stifle technology. Technology should be governed, not guessed. With tiered KYC, sandbox piloting, payment service, license reform, regulators signal a clear balance of inclusion, integrity. So the bottom line is this: regulation has been our partner, enabling safe, skilled innovation across, as well spread across Nigeria. One of the consistent awards we've always received is from the CBN, from our regulators, as one of the most compliant MFB in Nigeria. So what we're saying is prudence and progress are not in opposites. We've been able to demonstrate that both are not in opposites while we're being innovative, while we're driving very fast with our expansion, digital transformation expansion and creativity. We have managed to maintain prudence and have that good relationship with the regulators. So as we talk about regulators as enablers, regulators are evolving, not as enforcers anymore, but as enablers. So today we see them guiding fintechs, banks, correcting actions, proportionating sanctions, of course, reserving penalties for cases where breaches persist without recourse. This approach will strengthen both innovations and integrity. It was the African Development Bank in 2024 that estimated that closing financial inclusion gap and could inject over 230 billion annually into the GDP. So let's say key examples. Some key examples include CBN Sandbox, which encourages testing of innovations under supervision, tiered KYC framework, the data protection guideline from the NDPR, of course, the NDIC digital oversight. So we'll talk about 3 pathways to reimagining regulation. And I'll quickly run through this, the 3. The first is the smart evidence-based regulation, data-driven, risk-based, not rule-based, segment rates, apply proportionate rules. For example, like we've talked about the tiered KYC, and also the stand-up regulation unit tracks. So for the second one, the co-creation beyond sandbox. So moving from pilots to regulatory innovation labs. So we'll continue to co-create joint work on digital ID, cross-border payment, AI ethics, and of course, the third one, we will talk about the reg tech and other data-driven supervision. So what we're saying is that AI enables reg tech to cut costs, of course, to flag abnormalities, early detection. Part of what we've also deployed here at ASEAN from our own experience, we have a real-time compliance management solution, AI-driven, that leverages on API-based reporting, predictive AML, KYC, and other data across board. So the aim is regulate at speed of innovation, not paperwork. Regulate at speed of innovation, not paperwork. I will move a little bit faster because of our time, so we can have more time to have conversation. So talking about co-creation beyond sandbox, it was IMF Tech Tracker in 2025 that notes that 50%, over 50 regulatory sandbox exist across emerging markets, yet few have scaled into systemic reform. The next revolution is continuous co-creation, what I would call regulatory innovation labs. So we talk about things like joint space for regulators, fintech banks, academics, shared pilot projects on digital identification, identity, cross-border, and the like. So let's regulate. Let regulation become a living laboratory, not like a courtroom. It should. This is how we can build trust and experiment coexistence. On the reg tech and data-driven supervision, it was in Young EY 2025 study that shows that AI data-driven reg tech would cut costs of compliance by like 35% in 3 years for African banks. By leveraging AI and machine learning, supervisors can identify anomalies even before they become breaches. Of course, we can introduce AI-based regulatory reporting, deploy predictive models for AML and for KYC monitoring, encourage cross-border data interpretability for the region oversights. While we look at the future blueprint on compliance and regulation, I will say that the blueprint to grow with trust, open data race, strong customer protection, skilled capacity, accountable self-governance. So these are the open API surfaces risks early, of course, clear disclosures, quick redress, which will build confidence, joint training, which will enable analytics, first supervision, industry codes, and lighter oversight. So again, I'll repeat the three pillars, which will be transparency and open data, trust and consumer protection, talent and capacity, and of course, responsibility and self-governance. Let's talk about collaboration and capability. So to catalyze the ecosystem-wide growth, which we talked about, which we are discussing today, regulations must rest on three pillars, which I've mentioned earlier: the transparency and open data. We must adopt API standards and shared data model between regulators and industry. Pillar number two, we must build trust and consumer protection, build digital identity, and recourse to mechanism that scales confidence. And of course, the pillar number three, talent and capacity, upskill regulators and industry players in AI, which is the new trend in the industry, on cybersecurity, on data governance. I will say that no policy will succeed without people who can interpret it in the language of in the language of technology. So I would like to repeat again: transparency and open data, trust and consumer protection, talent and capacity building. As we go into the discussion, I would like to make, as part of the closing remarks, a call to action to co-create. As we look ahead, Africa's next trillion-dollar opportunity will not emerge from the fintech alone. It will arise from fit-for-purpose regulation that allows innovation, integrity, inclusion rise together. We are all architects of that future. We are all architects of that future, whether you're regulator, banks, innovators, academia alike. Let us build regulations that does not fear the future, but that designs it. If we build the right rules, we won't just regulate innovation, we will release power for generations to come. I thank you. As we proceed to the discussion, I would like to mention, I think I would have loved to ask the question, why do you think fast-moving cars require a brake? Or yes, why do you think it requires a brake system? You may drop the answer in the chat, but if you have an alternate view, but I think the reason will be for it to move fast. So the brake is to put the control. It's not actually to prevent it from moving fast and innovating fast. So I thank you. Let's continue to build fit-for-purpose regulation. We are all architects of the future which we seek. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that insightful and wonderful presentation. You have done a very fantastic job about this topic, and we are excited to move it forward. So my name is Lazarus Carlo. I'm a senior associate with LS Partners, and I'll be moderating this session. If you have listened to Peter's presentation, he made two key points for me when he said that regulations should not stop innovation, which I quite agree. And he said innovation should be regulated, right? I agree with these 2 points. So this panel session that we want to have a discussion about now is going to talk about, not just for Nigeria, but for Africa as a whole, how can African policymakers, as well as financial institutions and fintech operators, come together to design a regulatory regime that enables operators to innovate on the one hand, and equally ensure that whatever innovation that comes up within the system protects consumers and ensures the stability of the entire system. This panel session is made up of experts, thought leaders within the field. We have Mr. Taiwo Joda, who is ably represented by Mr. Peter Okodion of Asian Microfinance Bank, right? We equally have Ms. Samira Maturocha, founder and CEO of Security Limited. We have Mr. Dotun Adoye, co-founder of AI in Nigeria. We have Mr. Sadiq Abubakari, country sales manager, PES Data Centers. One thing you see from this list of panelists is that they will bring unique perspective to this conversation. So we have people from financial institutions, we have people from cybersecurity, we have people from artificial intelligence and digital infrastructure. Together, they are going to explore how Africa and African policymakers can come up with unique regulatory frameworks that will enable us all innovate. So let us dive straight into it. I will start with you, Mr. Peter Okodion. According to the World Bank report of 2025, over 70% of African regulators cite limited capacity to keep pace with innovation as a key barrier to innovate inclusive digital growth. So how can policymakers and financial institutions co-develop regulatory frameworks that balance innovation freedom with consumer trust and systemic resilience?
Thank you, Lazarus. Thank you for that question. The fastest win comes from building together around the outcome. So I'll give 3 ways. First, to make the regulation risk-tiered, activity-based, reserve heavy checks for high-risk product and exposure levels, and keep the entry level light for low-risk tiers. Then secondly, we have to co-govern with shared data, for example, on fraud, on complaints and uptime dashboards, so supervisors and providers can see from the same telemetry and they can tighten or relax control depending, of course, by segment or the market wide. So then thirdly, we have to make rule machine readable templates, reporting, event catalogs, standard APIs, so that smaller players are able to comply cheaply and quickly. With these 3 points which I've mentioned, the outcome, of course, will ensure quicker onboarding for low-risk customer as we want to continue to drive financial inclusion, of course, in the unbanked area. Of course, it will make there be clearer accountability for providers, and there will be early detection of stress. But overall, what we'll see that innovation will keep moving and trust becomes visible, not just assumed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So from what I can get, you said the regulations need to be tiered according to the risk profile of operators, right?
Correct.
And once it is tiered, then the regulations will be based on according to the high risk or low risk of various operators. Thank you very much for that. So I will come to you, Samira. My question for you is flowing from what Peter has said. So there is this report by the African FinTech State of Play report, which shows that fintechs now add over 20 billion annually to Africa's GDP. So in your view, how can incumbents like InterSwitch and banks use collaborative innovation to scale inclusive products and integrate fintech agility into broader economic transformations?
Thank you, Lazarus, for that question. And it strikes at the heart of how we bridge this gap, between legacy and innovation. And indeed, incumbents like InterSwitch have a fantastic opportunity. But I think in some sense as well, with a little bit of reference, they also have great responsibility. The first thing I would say is collaboration. And I think our keynote presenter for this plenary highlighted that, we need to move into a space where we see better collaboration across, the fintech ecosystem, rather than, today, so to speak, more along the lines of competition. So first, there are opportunities to collaborate in terms of co-creating products, not just co-creating products, but even in terms of partnering, with respect to developing agile solutions. And I think in terms of distribution as well, because in this space, you tend to see regional, dominance in certain places. So when you think about things like distribution, it definitely provides an area for fintechs to collaborate. It may mean things like, for example, opening up, more APIs, launching more sandboxes. We haven't yet begun to leverage the benefits and the opportunities that can come with the open banking, a type of framework. That's definitely an area where, the likes incumbents like InterSwitch, can lead the way. And I think they already have the track record, so to speak, in my humble opinion for that. I mean, for example, InterSwitch has provided an inclusive payment ecosystem, whether we like it or not, right, across Nigeria, not just as a solution for payments coming from InterSwitch, but I mean, a lot of other, financial technology innovations that have been driven on the back of that solution that, InterSwitch has provided across banks, across SMEs, and even down to public sector. I think the second area is in terms of mentorship. There's a lot of wealth of experience, there are learnings, and I'm not just talking about learnings from the fintech and so to speak, the solution side of things, but generally in terms of, standardizing how to do business, what incumbents like InterSwitch have learned over the years, right? Which, for example, new fintechs, coming into the space, in this space, we like to say, don't come with a cowboy, kind of mentality. So I think there is a lot of opportunities for mentorship in that space. But at the end of the day, it has to come from this mindset, right? That collaboration is the currency that will generate growth within the ecosystem.
Thank you very much. collaboration is the key that will generate growth within the system. Right? So there is a point you made about open banking, and I quite agree that once the CBN finalizes and operationalizes that open banking regime, it will be easier for data to be shared and for collaborations to happen a lot more within the ecosystem. Thank you very much for that insight. So I'll come to Mr. Dotun Adioye. Mr. Dotun, so from your experience, how can fintech funders and regulated institutions co-create ecosystems that amplify inclusion and value creation across sectors while balancing agility with compliance?
Thank you very much. And what I would say is that there is always, you need, first and foremost, there has to be a platform that is there and active, not just theoretical, where you have a regulatory sandbox. We have instances where there are regulatory sandboxes and nothing happens. It's a tick box. So the most important thing, first and foremost, is there has to be willingness on both sides to actually co-create. And it's all about people, because there has to be a willingness. And most importantly, I think the regulator has to also sort of push this, because they are the regulator. But one of the good thing about this is that this is not theory, because we have examples in countries like Kenya, like Ghana. I look at, we think of the South American continent, like Brazil, Colombia, where this is already happening in terms of product development in the area of FX. So if you think about in Kenya as an example, where there's a product called Kopo, where the Central Bank of Ghana and the player in the market came together to sort of create a new digital credit product, and they are able to sort of bring this to market. This not only reduce consumer risk, but also kind of help the regulator to understand AI-driven models. Because one of the challenge that currently exists is that there's a lot of experts from the ChatGPT playbook, where you just need to type in there, and suddenly within 1 hour you're an expert. And one of the big challenge is that even regulators are not isolated from this, because regulators need to quickly just ChatGPT it. It's even now that ChatGPT is having Atlas, where you're going to have a browser, not only go into the app, but you can also, like Googling something, you can ChatGPT it. Before, you had to research on Google, and then you come and bring it, and then you use it for a presentation. But there has to be a clear understanding of how this technology works, because McKinsey released a report saying that the biggest threat in AI is not AI taking people's job. The biggest threat is about the illiteracy in AI, because a lot of people don't understand it. And it was estimated that in the African continent, less than 500 people actually understand AI in terms of practitioner level. So it is important that the co-designing is at a point where both players actually understand what is being done. Because yes, you are asking about, how this can be done, but I think before you do it, you need to understand what you are doing, so that, there is no one party that is having advantage over the other, because it should be it's a sandbox. So it should be an equal partnership, quote unquote, where you both understand what you're trying to do, the what, the how, when, and the KPIs. In Ghana, we also have an example of this, where the Ghana Payment System and Services Act had a licensing framework that helped to encourage collaboration between telco, banks, and fintechs. And you have a product like ZPay and Hoptel, which now is kind of processing low-level transactions that came out of this. And what happened there, because, if you talk about ZPay, I know a bit, from a personal level about ZPay, and basically this is where it's a situation where there are, foreign investors who come into the Ghanaian, country to sort of invest and make things happen. So we do have this example, but I like stressed, the understanding of the technology is important, the willingness to actually collaborate, and clarity of what is being achieved. Because if you have a regulatory sandbox, it's a sandbox. but the people, you have the law, the regulations and all that, but it's the people, the knowledge of the technology of AI, the willingness to work together, and the clear KPIs in terms of outputs to be achieved. In terms of coming home now, with the regulations that are coming from CBN, NDPA, NDPA, GATE, and all these law, it is important that where you are co-creating, there's a clarity and governance around the co-creation and the technology, and the inherent risks are understood, so that as much as you are co-creating with the regulators, you are not flouting anything. So I'm not saying the regulators will allow that, but it's just important that that is also clearly understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Right. And I totally agree with you in terms of the fact that both parties must be willing to make this work. It's not a situation where we just have regulatory sandboxes and people are not using them. So for this to really work, there must be, one, from what you are saying, a willingness from both the regulator and the operators. And apart from that, there has to be a good understanding of what is being co-created, right? Thank you for that very insightful comments. So I will come to you, Mr. Sadiq Abubakari. So my question for you is this: how can interoperable technology frameworks like open APIs, blockchain, and digital payment rails enable seamless collaborations between banks, fintechs, and public sector platforms?
All right, thank you very much, Lazarus, for your question. I think just by way of introducing myself, like you mentioned, Sadiq Abubakari. I represent the Ghana FinTech Association, so I'm here to represent the Ghana FinTech Association. My president was supposed to be here, but he's also caught up in other engagement. So this is a good question for me, and I think the last speaker who just talked much about the Ghanaian industry, especially when you want to talk about interoperability. And everybody within the sub-Saharan Africa is aware of what interoperability has done for the Ghana payment sector as it is now. So for me, I want to share my thoughts around 4 thematic areas about the enabling seamless data service integration through the open API, and how we allow different institutions, banks, fintechs, telecos, and governmental platforms to securely exchange data and initiate services across ecosystem within the Ghanaian space as it is now currently. And most of you are aware, for the past 2 weeks now, the Central Bank of Ghana, that is BOG, is about passing the digital asset bill, so that where we can allow crypto exchanges to come in, as well as the block exchange, and also as well as the credit licensing regime, whereby we license the credit system in the country. So I'm going to look at how this can enable collaboration by way of using unified customer experience, where users can access multiple financial or governmental services in the form of tax payment, benefits, insurance, through one interface or an app. And also that can bring faster innovations where fintechs can plug into banks' infrastructure to learn new digital products like microloans, savings wallet, without duplicating core banking systems. So by way of just doing API integrations, where you can just integrate and then go ahead to sell this product without building or integrating directly on this. And also I'm going to look at the regulatory oversight, where government can integrate API for real-time monitoring of digital transactions and improving compliance. I'm sure most of you are aware what happened recently, where we were taxing digital transactions within the country, because we wanted to look at visibility, how much of transaction volumes are going within this digital space, where the government introduced the tax system regime. But over a period of time, the new government has come and they've changed or abolished the tax, because they realized that it was rather depriving the digital innovation agenda in the country as well. So for instance, when we look at the Kenya e-Citizen portal, where you could integrate with the open API for multi-bank payment acceptance and the likes within the service automation. So I'm going to look at the strengthening trust, transparency, and traceability within the blockchain industry, where we know the blockchain enables decentralized and tamper-proof record keeping and smart contracts, which are critical for trust between diverse players. So key impacts within the eco industry within Ghana are the cross-border settlement, where blockchain-based payment rails like the likes of Ripple and Stellar can dramatically lower transaction costs between African countries. Currently, if you want to do any cross-border payment, especially looking at what AFTA has introduced as PAPs, unlike before, we have to look at the SWIFT technology where everybody has to route through New York before you can get to the final destination of doing the cross-border payment. But currently, Africa, we are taking the pain among ourselves to do our own inter-regional settlement through the likes of PAPs, and also I know other entities are also doing that within their country. And I'm also looking at how we can do the digital identity in KYC, where we can use a blockchain technology base, can reduce the duplication of know your customer process across banks and government registries within the African region. And also public transparency. Government can also block for tracking public funds, subsidies, or procurement, ensuring that accountability while enabling banks to provide support for finance or to verify benefits. For instance, you are aware that Ghana government or the central bank government piloted the ECD with the Monetary Authority of Singapore on live transaction there to see how it could function and work, whether it was within real-time settlement. And during the 3i Summit, I don't know if any of you happens to be in Ghana, it worked perfectly for the industry. So this is an area that the government is looking at introducing that kind of real-time and digital payment, and also for real-time settlement as well. And I'm also looking at how to expand access and financial inclusion via interoperable digital platforms and rails on that front, and how we can catalyze the ecosystem for growth like frictionless transactions, merchant digitalization, and public disbursement, where currently GIPS, that is the Ghana Interbank Payment Settlement, is the central switch where most of us concentrate and use our payment rules to do real-time settlements, and with the recent integration on the PAC systems where we can also use for cross-border trade settlement as well. So with me, I think we can combine both the Pan-African digital economy and open API with that of the blockchain to make interoperability very easy for the African region, as well as to make the various countries trade among ourselves and settlements become real time within the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadiq. Right, that's a very great and insightful comments you have made there. And I'm very particularly interested with the comments you have made regarding the developments in Ghana for digital payments. I mean, there are a lot of areas you touched on that the Bank of Ghana is currently doing to improve digital payments within Ghana and, of course, within Africa. Thank you for those comments. And again, blockchain for identity verification is something that we really help fintech operators prevent fraud. Thank you for those comments. I'll come back to you, Peter. Right. My question to you, Peter, is this. Earlier you have mentioned about tiered risk-based regulation. Now, my question now is, how can risk-based proportionate regulation unlock inclusion for small businesses and low-income populations while upholding systemic integrity?
Thank you. Thank you, Lazarus, for that. I will share our experience here at Astion in our journey. But it's important I mention that inclusion skills when rules match real risk and raise up interpretability. First, we start with proportioning the KYC, simple credentials, capped limits for micro and for nano accounts. For example, when we, sometime in 2019, we were doing a financial inclusion program in partnership with EFINA in the northern Nigeria. Part of the experience you see in the onboarding. So it makes more sense to first start, depending on the tiered KYC, the requirements which you will use for a lower tier, for the entry level, you first get them onboarded. Then, of course, you restrict the limits. You set up limits to control what they can do. And as the usage increases, then you deepen the check. And you deepen the check to grow exposure. So that's one. Then secondly, enforcing fair access to payments IDs, dispute raise. So any trained agent or merchant can serve any customer reliably. There shouldn't be too much of the restriction. It has to be tiered, right? Depending on the risk level. Then finally, I would like to clarify that I would like to mention that clarify the liability along the value chain, right? For issuers, for regulators, for fintech, for microfinance bank, it has to be different. So there are no blame games, right? Or this, and also that disputes are resolved faster. I'll wrap it up by saying that if we publish a simple scorecard, let's say fraud per millions or dispute turnaround time falling within active MSMEs user rights, you will know that the access is getting widening, the strengthening integrity at the same time. So to summarize what I've said, let it be tiered KYC, set up limits, right? Set up as the usage is progressing, right? Then you deepen the check and the exposure.
Thank you very much for those comments, Peter. Right. And what I get from what you are saying is that users, there should be restriction essentially tied to users' risk profile.
Absolutely.
So the higher the user uses the services, the higher KYC requirements.
Correct.
So for a user that is using it for basic things, the KYC documentation should not be the same for a user that is using the platform for higher and huge transaction.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'll come back to you, Samira. So if you have seen what is going on around the world as well as in Africa, there has been a lot of fragmentations in terms of data protection requirements. Now, fragmented data protection regimes threaten cross-border fintech operations. In your view, what frameworks are required to harmonize cybersecurity and data governance laws to support interoperable payments and open banking ecosystem across Africa?
Thank you for that question. As someone who is deeply, deeply passionate about data privacy and security, it strikes a nerve. Personally, I see the harmonization of our data governance laws across Africa, not just as a nice to have. It's an urgent infrastructure. It's as urgent as we need roads and as urgent as we need power, across Africa. To start with, without that level of and not just harmonization, but just a certain minimum baseline, so to speak, right? The type of growth and innovation that we want to see in the ecosystem is really unsustainable. And we've got lots of examples, around the world to take a cue from. Europe with, its harmonization of GDPR is a classic, classic example. One starting point that I think can be a reference is things, for example, like the African Union's Malabo Convention. It's drafted, certain requirements for harmonizing data protection across Africa. It hasn't taken full effect yet, but it's promising. It's promising because it sets, some certain common standards, which, for example, fintechs across any any African country, can leverage on and take. But the question then is, how does each country, adopt and obviously, for example, empower or legitimize, the outcome of that convention. We see, I mean, there is a lot of promise as well in the AFETA digital trade protocol, which has very explicitly highlighted certain requirements around things like transparency, security, trusted digital trade ecosystems across Africa, and that then provides a very good footing for establishing certain minimum standards and requirements as far as things like cybersecurity, data handling, and things like consumer trust, right? Beyond these, very critical for us to see better and more collaboration across regulators, because remember that across all the 54 countries, you also then have different regulators. And the complexity is in the sense that you don't just have different regulators. So for example, when you talk about data privacy, in Nigeria alone, you've got some regulations coming from the CBN, you've got some regulations coming from other types of, regulatory agencies, and various, frameworks across the place. So there is that need for harmonization in countries and then across, the various spaces where we need to leverage that sort of collaboration across the ecosystem. So in summary, I would say unified data governance is definitely the foundation for the sort of borderless digital ecosystems that we want to see. Because imagine if fintech, and we do have some of them today existing, that operate in Nigeria, operates in Kenya, and then let's not even complicate matters with those that operate in the francophone, sort of setting, right? Where, you're also then dealing with, those other complexities as well. And then you've got the Arab-speaking regions of Africa. So for us to be able to enjoy the full benefits, right? Or for example, what the Pan-African payment and settlement system aims to deliver, right? We definitely need to come to the drawing board around a centralized, even if not centralized, let's call it baseline requirements as far as data privacy and data regulations are concerned.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So to sum it up, for fintechs within the ecosystem in Africa to really scale and operate efficiently, there should be a baseline for data protection in terms of transfer of data from one country within country. And this calls to mind the need for, not just the need, but an urgent need for regulators within the African countries to come together and come up with this baseline. Thank you very much for that insightful comment. I will move forward to Mr. Dotun Adeoye. My question for you now is this. The IMF Digital Finance Stability Index 2024 warns that poor oversight of AI-enabled finance could raise systemic risk exposure by 25%. So as someone who is into AI, what AI governance mechanisms should regulators and innovators co-develop to ensure safe adoption of intelligent systems in finance?
Thank you very much. AI is a very exciting, technology. Generative AI, the current wave, is even more exciting because when I started getting involved in AI in 2014, it was very more sort of predictive, and it was algorithms we were building. You couldn't have generative AI and all that like we have now. And I had a personal experience in 2016 where, we had to fight some battles when I was doing some work for a financial service organization in the UK to say, okay, we have to do it this way. Now, because it was a time when the use of AI within the financial services was evolving, we had to have multiple meetings, and we finally agreed to have a governance committee. And that was one of the things that actually drove me to begin to sort of study more AI governance, which is one of my key areas now. If we bring it home, generally it is, well, there's a case study from the US where there was a product that was developed, and Black people were being denied, credit applications, and it became a scandal. And if you think about the human nature, we are all a product of our upbringing. In Nigeria now, you believe that when you go to work, you have to dress in a certain way. You go to other countries, it's not always that. There are certain industries like tech where you dress down. In banking, you always wear a tie. I see on this call now, I'm the only one a bit dressed differently. So when it comes to bias, when it comes to guardrails, it is very easy to fall into that trap of building product with bias. Some time ago, I was leading a session with one of the financial institutions, and I just say, come out and draw the picture of a nurse. And everybody was trying to draw a lady. And I say, okay, go into ChatGPT and say, or Gemini, say, generate the image of a nurse. And it was ladies that were being sort of bringing out. And I said, okay, it's not a mistake. It's the fact that, bias is part of our culture. You are brought up with, it's the way you think, it's the way you behave. So when organizations are beginning to adopt, financial organizations are beginning to adopt AI, we need to start thinking of the kind of thing the South Africa Prudential Authority and the Reserve Bank in India that they've done. And I'll start with the one in India, where there is a requirement to have a center of excellence for AI and analytics, where you bring together experts who should jointly develop things like the models, audit frameworks, and have a governance council. We're currently doing something similar with the financial services institution. I'm talking about AI in Nigeria, where we have an AI governance committee where every AI product that is being built, we have a list of questions. We have a governance framework that is used to sort of look at this list. So we have some requirement, but we also have a backlog. Before they even get into the backlog, we ask certain questions. And when it's been approved, the governance committee actually ensure that this framework has been satisfied. What this does in a country like Nigeria is going to protect, financial institutions, fintechs from fines from NDPC. NDPC is not just the dog barking now; it's beginning to bite, and we have examples of hundreds of millions of naira being fined, and we will have some international operators where in the past, NDPC could argue and say, well, because they operate internationally, the fine should be in dollars. So we are praying that Naira becomes 1-to-1, but maybe that might be utopia. So when the fine is in the hundreds of millions of dollars, the investors will not be happy. So I think in closing, what I would say is that having AI within financial operation is like going into a pilot cockpit. There are so many things you can do, but you need to know how to use all the multiple buttons to give yourself guardrails. You need to understand that building AI products is the easy bit. The governance is the one that has to be intentional. And what I would recommend for the industry for Nigeria is where you have expert organizations who are consultants and practitioners, not just who are just selling products, but those that are led or have practitioners who have experience of 5-year plus, regulators and the players come together within the regulatory framework so that for everything coming out, a framework is created that is sticked, and that's helped to sort of replicate the kind of thing that's been achieved in India, that's been achieved in South Africa and some other parts of the world where there's this forward thinking about infusing governance into innovation. Innovation without governance in the instance of AI is very dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Innovation without governance in AI is very dangerous, right? I like the way you closed it so that operators will understand that there is need to imbibe governance and embed governance into their AI products. It's not just to develop or buy an AI system, but ensure that there's a governance framework that ensures that all these bias that you just spoke about do not materialize in practice. Thank you very much for that thought. I'll come to you, Sadiq. As someone who works with data centers and digital infrastructures, there's this report that says that the expansion of Pan-African data centers is enabling regional connectivity for fintechs. From your experience, what investments and governance models best ensure data sovereignty, inclusion, and trust while enabling regional scale?
All right, thank you very much, Lazarus. I think coming from the data center services, it's very easy to understand what data infrastructure is doing for the ecosystem within sub-Saharan Africa as well. And with the report that is being generated by A50, we are lucky to have A50 as an investment. They are our majority investor in Pax data centers right now. Because A52, that is the investment arm of the AU, African Union. So they are going around to invest in most of these data centers across Africa, the likes of Pax and ADC in Nigeria. So basically, the essence of A50 investing in these data centers is that just to localize data within the African region and also bring data sovereignty as well as bring trust within the ecosystem. Because when you look at currently what is happening within the African region, most of our businesses, especially SME, the fintech industry, and that of the AI industry, most of them host their data on cloud, whereby we cannot even get access to our data. So A50 has then realized that what can we do to make data locality one of the key pillars of their investment is by investing within the African region, especially data centers where they can localize the data within the African region. So coming back to Pax, for instance, Pax, because African 50 invested in us, so they are trying to replicate all African countries, that is 50 African countries, to have data centers within these various African countries, whereby we can hold our own data, manage our data, and whatever we want to do our data, that will make it very easy for us. So what we are looking at especially is the PPP model, whereby the government will provide the land, the electricity, and also give us the tax incentives. Then the likes of the A50 or that of the African Development Bank will come in to support with the requisite funding, as well as operational experience, and also to help drive the day-to-day business, whereby they can recruit the best of the industry to run this, because government cannot do it alone, and the private sector cannot do it alone. It is best for you to have the PPP model, where we have the public-private partnership models, where you can help this industry to drive and also can help contribute a lot of capital expertise and operation within the African country. Another way we are looking at to bring in investment is the blended finance model, where we can mix concessional funding from the DFIs within the African continent with the commercial capital, where we can reduce risk and attract large private capital or investment within the data center businesses as such. Because data center, we all know, is the backbone of all digital innovation infrastructure development within the world, not only Africa. When you look at currently, America is the largest country that hosts data centers. Right now, they have been coming with a new model where they can expand to the Canadian, that's the North America, trying to make sure that they drive the NVIDIA investment over 600 billion within the data sector, the data center infrastructure across the world. So you see what data center businesses are doing. So that is why we also think that Africa must start investing within the African soil by investing in data center businesses, because currently when you look at what is happening, let's take for instance, within Ghana and Nigeria, we have the main one who has a cable itself, and this cable moves all the way from Lagos to Accra as a landing site, which brings in connectivity to provide the internet access within this region. And I think that this is what we are looking at So another way we can look at data harmonization is the regional infrastructure, where investment should support cross-border connectivity and cloud interoperability, because most of these data centers are carrier neutral, where we can host both co-location businesses as well as cloud service providers, so that no African business will want to host their data on cloud, but within the African region, there are cloud service providers within these same data centers where you can host your data. Most people always confuse when we say cloud. There's no cloud anywhere. It has a data center sitting somewhere. But they use the Westerners as found way of just colonizing this neo-colonialism, where they find a nice a way to describe what cloud services is all about. By so doing, we generate employment for them. They make enough revenue. While we see today, let's take it for example. If one day we wake up, look at what Trump is doing, and Trump said that he's just shutting down AWS. What do we do as Africans? Most of our data, critical data, is being hosted on AWS. So we are total blackout. Recently, I'm sure last year, March, you heard what happened within the African region when there was the fiber cut within the high seas. For instance, Ghana, we had a total shutdown. It was only one cable that was working. That's the SAT2 cable. It affected the operations of the governmental across the health sector within the state security. So the risk aspect is very high. That's why the investment within the data centers is very important, and especially with the introduction of the internet exchange point, where we can localize the internet traffic without doing transiting. But I'm sure and I'm aware Nigeria ISPN is doing that in Nigeria, as well as Ghana Accra Internet Exchange is also doing similar thing, where we localize the internet connectivity and we bring low latency within the African region. So I think with that, it will also help African countries to drive within the ecosystem. I heard my sister mention about the North Africans, that is our brothers from the Arab world. For them, they are so close within their industry, because I know we tried penetrating to establish a data center there. They just told us that no, we won't allow you entry. We've had meetings with their government several times to the extent that AU has to come in because we are part of their investment T company, but they said no. So you can now see how can we harmonize data within the African region. Even belonging to the Association of the African Data Centers, they said no, they don't want to be part of anything African related or Black dominated related. So it makes it very difficult when you are looking at how we can harmonize the African region in terms of bringing everybody within the eco industry to make sure that we harmonize our data. We have a collective goal. We can bring in enough investment to make sure that we localize our data, then can bring in scalability within the industry. But for me, I think the likes of South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, we've taken the lead. The rest are also following it up with the likes of Senegal, Gambia, Djibouti. They are also coming up and they are also looking for investment. So I encourage members on the panel that if you have any other area of interest or you have any patient capital you want to invest in, very soon I want most of these data centers to float shares on the stock exchange. Fractional investment is very important so that people can invest in data center businesses, because it is the new gold mine, whether we like it or not. Like Mr. Donti mentioned, AI is coming to stay, and the AI consumes a lot of data, especially on power side of things. And we all know Africa, power is a challenge to us, looking at what is happening within the sub-region. So it's something that I will advise and also encourage that investment need to be channeled through this industry, from the PPP model to the blended investment, where we can have industries coming and also government coming in to support with the necessary land and then the necessary tax waivers that can also assist this industry to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadiq. 3 points you made. There is need for PPP model. There is need for Africans to start investing in data centers in Africa. And finally, from my point of view, there is need for African businesses to start hosting their data in data centers located in Africa. Thank you very much for that point. We are running out of time. So the next questions I will ask, I will respectfully ask that the panelists limit their responses to just 2 minutes. 1 minute and 2 will be fine for the next set of questions. So I'll come to you, Peter.
Okay.
Earlier you mentioned RegTech and the EY report. So in your view, how can regulators and financial institutions leverage RegTech and analytics to embed real-time oversights predictive compliance, and cultural transformation in regulation?
Thank you, Lazarus. Yes, like I earlier mentioned, regulatory technologies, RegTech, it allows regulators, institutions, firms to work from the same life picture, right? Stream operational telemetrics, uptime, declines, chargeback, depending on the specific technology, right? Complaint tags to the supervisor spotters, in this case, the regulator spotters, so oversight is real time. Interestingly, it was sometime in May 20th or May 2025, CBN released a circular on exposure of drafts on baseline standard for automated AML solution. So AML solutions are examples of the RegTech. So what I recommend, layer predictive control on top, right? Risks, what CBN is asking for a real time instead of T+1, a real-time transmission, right? AI driven. So I'll recommend layering predictive control on top of the risk score transactions, trigger setup authentication or velocity cap when the pattern warrants it. But culturally, I'll recommend publishing like a weekly dashboard, trust dashboard to the leadership, tie it with KPIs, KPIs to disputes, TAT, turnaround time. Yes, then of course, fraud density, fixed rates on recurring issues. But while doing that, I'll say do it with privacy by design, minimal data encryption, authenticated access, verify against various benchmark. Will lower the cost of compliance. For us in ASEAN, we have already started implementing this, for example, our AML compliance solution. We have already started upgrading it to be real time, right? So the regulators. So this will help lower the cost of compliance. It will help lower surprises. It will fix the right problem faster while keeping innovation on the field.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you for those comments. I'll come to you, Samira. Earlier, you mentioned about the need for Africa to have a baseline for data protection. Now, you know that financial institutions and fintechs are increasingly adopting AI-driven fraud detection and credit scoring systems. So in your view, how can fintechs and other firms ensure ethical data governance and algorithmic transparency, aligning with General Data Protection Regulation, Nigeria Data Protection Act, and global best practice? Please, if you can make it in the next 2 minutes, that would be very much appreciated.
All right, thank you. I think when fintechs deploy AI models, the standpoint of trust must be something that is seen as a competitive advantage, not just a need to have. Trust for the data that is being used, because I mean it all boils down, right, to the data, and trust for the algorithms. And that has to start from day zero. That shouldn't be something that is retrofitted later on. You know what I mean? Into the model, and that's kind of what we see, happening quite a bit today. So of course, things like you think about things like AI-driven credit scoring tools, for example, right? They need to be clear policies around this. Things like algorithm transparency as well, right? What sort of governance do you put around, those models, from whether you have the right sort of not just a risk register, but an AI risk register around it, whether you have the right level of model ownership, right? And even things like having that human in the loop, maintaining a human in the loop, no matter what sort of scoring that model is coming up with. Someone needs to be able to go in there and review that decision. I think another thing that should be promoted very strongly is the transparency in giving feedback to the consumer. So today we have some models where the consumer doesn't understand how the AI is taking the decision that it's taking. How do we begin to drive a little bit more around that accountability and fairness and transparency? And then, of course, we need to treat consumers with respect, right? Look at things around, for example, how do we ensure that as fintechs are using these models, the fintechs themselves are also respecting the guidelines, that have been put in place, your GDPR, your NDPR. And then, of course, you also have things like preserving privacy. The last speaker mentioned that in the machine learning models, right? Are we doing enough around anonymizing the data, pseudonymization, those sorts of things. And then, of course, things like documentation and audit need to become a very strong suit, not just from the practice of it, but developing the competency for it, right? So today, for example, building capacity on being able to actually properly document those models, properly document things like change, for example, model change and change logs, and then building the competency to be able to audit those models properly, both for the practitioners as well as for the regulators, right, becomes very, very key.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll come to you, Mr. Dotun Adeoye. As AI and automation reshape financial services, how can regulators and innovators embed responsible innovation principles such as transparency, accountability, and inclusion into next-gen fintech frameworks? So if you can respond in the next 2 minutes, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, so my question is tied to being responsible. So I'll be responsible and fair. So I think this is something that the interesting thing about innovation is that you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You just need to do a bit of desktop research and see what you can copy and look at what happened in similar climes. And I think transparency, accountability, and inclusion in the next gen, fintech frameworks shouldn't be difficult because you have examples in, Brazil and other parts of the world where some of these things are being done. So licensing in Brazil, you need to sort of clearly state as a fintech, as you're getting your licensing, your ethics, your consumer protection, data protection, what are the things you'll be doing as you are developing AI products is a prerequisite to get a license. And I think this is one of the things that the regulators here can embed. In terms of the innovators, you need to understand that as much as Codex, Gemini, Meta AI, ChatGPT can give you a lot of insight if you are very good with prompting, you will not replace human knowledge and sort of anecdotes of experiences of where they have failed, because those LLMs will give you answers. They will not give you insights of failures. So working with practitioners and experienced professionals is priceless. Just like a credit card always says, priceless. We need to ensure that, innovators and regulators work with experts. We need to ensure that we take case studies from similar climate and we don't try to reinvent the wheel. So in Nigeria, as I close, imagine if you have a sort of responsible innovation certification that is co-created by maybe CBN and NITDA and NDPC, whereby this fintech is certified for the next X number of months or for an annual certification that they've agreed to adhere to this, checklists have been checked, and you have this stamp on your website and your product. Not only you have it, but in practice, there's a regular sort of audit where you almost have like a sort of mystery shopper looking at your products. So it's not rocket science, it's just learning. In agriculture, we have fair trade. Agricultural products have fair trade certification. We can have the same with AI innovation. And I think, like I said, I've said it like 2, 3 times, it's not rocket science. We can copy what is being done elsewhere well, and adapt it to our local realities and have practitioners who are expert, who have done it globally, who have Nigerian interests to sort of steer and guide. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insightful comments you have made. Sadiq, I will come to you now. Given the rise of shared data centers, API ecosystems, and cross-carrier connectivity, how can regulators and technology leaders jointly build interoperable infrastructure frameworks that strengthen fintech compliance, innovation, and regional trust architecture?
All right, thank you very much, Lazarus. It's pretty much straightforward, and it has one core principle. Design interoperable frameworks that are sovereign by design. Sovereign here means that it should be country-centered so that you can have sovereignty within the country. Open by default, where you can have the industry players coming in without going through a long process of coming in to co-locate with you or to host their cloud servers on it. And also accountability by construction. We have the local permit that you need to construct this data centers. That will make it easier for you. And we must also have a joint governance and institutional design, because the government must also come in, with the local authority must come in to make sure that where you are putting up the infrastructure is flood-prone area. There is no any issue in terms of fire or disaster that will happen in the near future. Putting up working committees that will work together to make sure that you realize the whole essence of this project on that side, and making sure that you have the organization or commission that will issue the necessary certificates for you to operate a DC within the operational area, within the region that you find yourself in. And policy and regulatory bodies must also make sure that they assess data centers to open up and to also have the necessary support that as and when they knock on their doors to assess them, to make sure that they put up these DCs across the country to make it work, especially having people with the technical expertise so that the technical architecture patterns are well drawn out, and that can also help shape the country's agenda in terms of data center interoperability frameworks that will help drive the industry in terms of innovation and digital infrastructure as well. So I think with this, it makes it very easy to bring in sandboxes, innovative pathways that can also always drive on it. And I'm sure as we are the panelists were all talking across this region, all of us have sandboxes right now. The central authority have built this sandbox where we can test our product, in as much as data centers are also trying to do similar and also to drive this infrastructure to bring in that innovative framework across this market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadiq. Very great and insightful comments. We are wrapping up this section. So for our participants, thank you for listening so far. If you have any comments or questions, you can quickly drop them in the Q&A in the chat box. And for the esteemed panelists, I want you to, in the next 30 seconds, sum up what you want your listeners to go home with. I'll start with you, Peter. So from regulation and RegTech perspective, what do you think our listeners should go home with?
Thank you, Lazarus. I've enjoyed the time so far. I will leave a parting word, a final word, by saying regulation and innovation, they are not rivals. They are co-pilots. So with clearer risk-tiered rules, interoperable rails for identity, payment, disputes, and real-time, accountable oversights, good ideas can scale safely. So our destination is common. Our destination is inclusion with integrity. We want to see more MSMEs served. We want to lower the unbanked, deepen financial inclusion. But we also want to see fewer failures, faster resolution time, turnaround, where people can grow, people can grow with trust. But I will end by thanking everybody. I thank the fellow panelists on behalf of Mr. Taiwo Joda and every one of us from ASEAN. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. Samira, so what is your final words for the listeners? If you can make your comments around data protection and cybersecurity for Africa.
Thank you, Lazarus. I think I'll sum it up as growth and trust. They're not trade-offs, they're twins. They have to go hand in hand. So when you think of data privacy, when you think of cybersecurity, think of trust, and more importantly, think of consumer trust. The consumer needs to be able to trust whatever you're building long-term for you to not only grow, but to maintain sustainable growth, right? In that regards, we need to have an architecture for that. We need to have the enabling infrastructure around that for Africa. That's what gives us right now. There's lots of things that give us the competitive edge, right? The population, the fact that when you think of the creativity, right, and some enabling environment, it's there. But for us to be able to continue to sustain that and to scale, trust has to go hand in hand with the growth that we see. So as we innovate, we need to innovate with responsibility. We need to innovate by design, with security and data privacy by design. Yes. And like I said, not retrofitting things as we go along.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much. I'll come to you, Dotsun. So what will you tell fintechs that are increasingly adopting AI in their operations?
So thank you. And I want to say thank you to all the panelists. It's been quite an insightful session. I would say that I would use something I mentioned before to wrap up, and that is AI innovation without governance is dangerous. And I want to paint a picture. Imagine you go to Disneyland and you have all those rides, which for those of us who have stood next to it is not, for those of us, who don't like too much risk, we wouldn't go on it. But imagine you go on those rides and you don't wear your belt. It's exciting. The ride is exciting. You're going to have fun. But as it begins to speed and go up and down, it will throw you off. So think about the possibilities of innovating with AI. Fantastic. But ensure that you get governance to keep you long in business. And don't see governance in AI as a hassle. See it as a strategic business partner and as a profit protector, because it's only a matter of time when you have a very, fine-centric DG in one of the regulatory organization, or guy at the top and one of the regulatory organization, and they look back 20 years, they look back 10 years. It might be a time when the company is going through a tough time and they whack you some very hefty fines. The investors will not be smiling. So like I said, AI innovation without governance is dangerous. Let us think about it as a protector and sort of long-term partner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, Sadiq. Sadiq, what will you leave your listeners with? And make your comments around data centers and connectivity for Africa.
All right, thank you very much, Lazarus, and I want to thank everyone listening and on the panel too as well. All that I want to say is that I want to encourage everyone to patronize regional data centers in country across Africa, either co-location or cloud service, so that we help boost and also scale our data sovereignty as well as bringing data redundancy and have low latency across the African region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to thank all the panelists. Thank you for your great comments. It has been an engaging session. I equally want to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity. And most importantly, I want to thank our listeners who have been with us to this point. Thank you, everyone. I do not see any question in the comment section, so I will hand over to you, Victor.
Thank you so much, Lazarus, Barrister Lazarus Carlo. Let me put that name in full and give the man his due credit. That was a wonderful session we just had, and it's great how you have anchored this conversation. I want to especially thank our lead speaker, Mr. Peter Okodian, representing Mr. Taiwo Joda, MD of ASEAN Microfinance Bank. Thank you so much for coming on this. I also want to especially recognize Samira Nwatorocha. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming on. And Dotun Adeoye, the AI guru in the room, giving us that perspective. I mean, everybody should remember that AI without governance is pretty dangerous. I think that's a big one for us this evening. All right. And also Sadiq Abubakar. Sadiq joined us from Ghana. It's impressive how we are getting perspectives across the entire continent to know and align practices. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been an impactful session, talk panel, and the last for the day. Let me yield back to my colleague, Hawa, to proceed from here. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Victor. It's been indeed a very bright conversation today, very insightful. Also, we've had a confirmation of a reaffirmness, I would say, right, why smart and adaptive regulation is the cornerstone of sustainable digital transformation in Nigeria and, of course, in Africa. Some of the few takeaways for me is emphasizing on trust, and I think it was Samira that gave us that reminder, and also highlighting the importance of innovation by design. Thank you so much, Samira, for sharing that. On behalf of FITC and, of course, FinTech Nigeria, we want to extend our heartfelt appreciation to all our speakers, our panelists, our moderators, the participants, for sharing their expertise, and perspective throughout the conversation and the plenary session. Right now, before we close the cuttings essentially on this conference today, on our screen, you can see a poll. We want you to quickly, take the poll for us so that we can, take your feedback, more importantly, get insights for how we can be better going forward in this conference. Also, just to learn things that you're also looking at to improve the experience for you. So please feel free to take the poll. It's now displayed on the screen. We'll just give that a couple seconds and minutes. I see that the polls are already coming in. Please keep them coming. Keep them coming. Keep the polls coming. Right, Victor?
All right.
All right. Thank you, Victor, for that very warm thank you. Please keep the poll coming in. Also, while that poll is going on, we also want to remind you that you should keep the conversation going on all the social media platforms. If you look at the chat, you find all the hashtags. Please don't forget to tag at FITC Nigeria on all social media platforms. LinkedIn, Instagram, WhatsApp, Snapchat, TikTok, everywhere and anywhere. As you know, FITC is very excited to lead conversations, transformation conversations, particularly within the financial service sector and beyond. Thank you as you do this. All right. To finally draw the cuttings today, we would be calling on Mr. Alaba Ekundayo, who is our Director of Programs at FITC Nigeria, to give us the closing remarks. Mr. Alaba, you have the floor. And please keep the conversation going on all our social medias, and please take the poll. If you have not taken the poll, we still have it displayed on our screen. Be sure to engage the poll. Your feedback is very important to us. You know, we are only as good as the feedback you share with us, and we want to keep getting better. We want the conversations to stay on, and we want them to keep getting exciting so that, you know, everyone is informed and everyone has the right capacity to keep building forward within the financial service sector and beyond.
All right, technology team, kindly promote Mr. Alaba so he can deliver the closing remarks for this conference. Thank you.
All right, while we're waiting for technology to promote Mr. Alaba to give us a closing remark, we would also like to engage some of our audience that have joined us today. If you would like to give us your a word of experience on how the session has gone on today, please feel free to indicate by raising your hands through the React emoji, and then we would give you the floor. Thank you. We want to hear from you. We want to hear from you. How did we do? Is there anything you're particularly excited about? Is there any feedback you have for us? What are the key learnings you've taken from this conversation today? Please feel free to share with us. And technology kindly promotes Mr. Alaba.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. You have the floor.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers and all participants at this conference. My name is Alaba Ekundayo, and so my role is so simple to give closing remarks and vote of thanks. Let me start by saying thank you to all distinguished speakers on this conference, starting from the keynote, lead speakers, and all participants. I believe that this conference has done a lot, and in terms of knowledge transfer, because since the beginning of the conference in the morning, there has been a lot of insights, a lot of perspectives that have been shared by all of our speakers, cutting across industries, sectors, even nationalities, as we have people joining from beyond Nigeria, either as participants and as speakers. We are so much grateful for all the knowledge shared, perspective, and insights as well. Thank you so much. Your contribution through this has contributed significantly to making this conference quite successful. Similarly, we'd like to thank our partners, cutting across regulatory institutions, and those who have also sponsored in one way or the other this conference. Thank you so much. We appreciate your support. And with respect to the learnings that are taking place today, I've got across a lot of areas in terms of cybersecurity, in terms of data protection, data privacy, extensive discussions on trust, on AI, on governance, innovation, regulation. I mean, these are areas that are very, very important for us as we try to power our fintech organizations to give us the growth that we are all looking forward and aspiring to achieve, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. And so thank you so much for the time. Thank you for the investment. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the partnership. And thank you also for making it a day with FITC. Like my colleagues have said, the conversations will continue on our social media handles. And our promise is that FITC be a thought leadership organization, always coming up with topical issues. We should look forward to more of this. In fact, in the next 2 or 3 weeks, there's going to be a risk management roundtable, and which we also hold as an organization. So please look out for that. And in the coming year as well, we'll be having several of these thought leadership conferences that will take place. And we look forward to also you partnering with us and making it also quite successful. Once again, on behalf of the management of FITC, I say thank you to all of you and looking forward to more of your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our program director, FITC, Mr. Alabai Kundayo. It's a well thought closing remark, especially the part of the risk management roundtable. It's important to put it out there once more that that conversation is still going to happen, and personalities like Samira are also expected to be in that conversation to equally enrich that. Thank you so much. And everybody else who has anything to do with governance and risk and what have you, we are equally inviting you for that particular roundtable. Promises to be reached and fulfilling too. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming to this conference. We hope to see you again at the FITC TechNovation Conference 6.0 2026. Thank you so much. It's a wrap here today. Bye for now.
All right, bye for now.